no one
Can
else
she
is
move?
coming in person, you should.
Yeah, I might. I will say though, having watched the meetings to do the minutes,
Yeah.
we
Good evening. Welcome to the August 10th Northampton School Committee meeting. I am Mayor Jean Louise Shara. I'm the chair of the school committee, and I will be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. I want to recognize that tonight is Superintendent Dr. Portia Bonner's very first full school committee meeting with all of us. Okay, we might have to do this again. They can't.
Zoom can't hear us.
Okay.
Oh, we're on mute.
Hey, Al. So they can't hear anything from these mics?
Brian, will you give me a thumbs up if you can hear us?
Hey, Al.
Do we have to unmute ourselves as we speak?
If we unmute, it creates a big echo.
Yeah, it like picks up.
The bigger mic.
Yeah. But to be honest, I like, do not know really
Does Gwen give
quite
you a thumbs
understand
up?
this whole.
Gwen, can you hear us now?
Gwen, can you hear us?
So everyone
Hello?
should be
Testing?
muted on here.
Oh, I got it down.
Yeah. 7.
Gwen, can you hear us now?
Where's
Nope.
Oh, there's Gwen. Huh.
You're not getting captions?
Oh, here.
Now Gwen gave us a thumbs up. Everybody else mute.
I don't know.
Are you muted, Margaret?
There you go. But someone else needs to be muted.
You have to turn down your volume on your computer and turn the mute on your Zoom. But you have to do both.
Is your volume off?
Okay, I've got the volume down too now.
How's that? Gwen, can you hear us? Nope.
Gwen, can you hear us now? Nom, you were muted on Nom again. Sorry.
I don't hear an echo anymore, though.
No, you mean their account's muted or?
Now they're unmuted,
Oh.
but now we are still echoing.
Yeah, Margaret, you need to mute.
I think she did.
I just heard an echoing over here.
I heard Mike echoing too.
It might be them.
How's that? Nope.
Right. I think we're done echoing in here. We're echoing in there. But Gwen, can you hear? Oh, Gwen can hear. Okay.
Okay, great.
All right. Let's take it from the top. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the August 10th Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Mayor Jean Louise Shara, chair of the school committee, and I'll be presiding. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. And once again, I want to recognize that today is Superintendent Dr. Portia Bonner's very first full school committee meeting with us, and we're so happy to have you, and we just want to welcome you. So welcome, thank you.
Like we got to do it twice.
So nice, we did it twice. May I ask the clerk to please call the roll of the school committee?
Mayor Shara.
Present.
Member Robbins is not with us. Member Gazy.
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox. What's going on? You gotta turn down your volume,
It
Margaret?
doesn't look like it's unmuted.
And then you have to put the mute on the Zoom.
What? You gotta mute that.
You gotta mute the Zoom.
It's unmuted.
Mute it.
There, I did it. Oh, shoot. Yeah, you did it.
Okay. Member Seraphy Cox, is she with us? Do not see-
So she may be on the Zoom. She's not feeling well, so she may not.
I don't see her on the Zoom, so we'll wait to see if she comes.
Oh, maybe not then.
Member Stein.
Present.
Member Levy. Member Miller. I know Member Goldman is not with us. Member Agna.
Present.
And Member Davis.
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. So it looks like so Member Agna is participating remotely on Zoom, and I think as of right now, she's the only one. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I see.
Yes. Okay, great. First up on our agenda is public comment. We'll take public comment over Zoom and in person. So there's a sign-up sheet for public comment in the community room. And anyone who wishes to speak who didn't sign up, I'll give you the opportunity. So we will start with the folks in the room, if there's anyone, and then we will go to the next person on Zoom. To raise your hand on Zoom, you can go into reactions or hit *9. So before you begin, please state your name or your city or town for the public record, and I'll set a 3-minute timer to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. First up is Cindy Mahoney.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Mahoney. I live at 77 Emerson Way. First, I'd like to also welcome Northampton's new superintendent, Dr. Bonner. I'd also like to thank the school committee for voting on the resolution in June to support the Thrive Act. And third, for those who were able to view the documentary Right to Read, I hope you found it thought-provoking and relevant to the district's new ELA curriculum. My purpose this evening is to ask the school committee to consider district-wide anti-bullying information and training session for parents and caregivers. I've mentioned this to the CPAC and the NHS PTO, both of whom are amenable, and my hope is to involve all 6 PTOs, the school councils, as well as the CPAC and LPAC, in a concerted effort to reach families across the district. By expanding this beyond just one school or just the CPAC, we can reach more families and provide them with the resources and strategies for when a bullying incident happens. October is Bullying Prevention Month, and StopBullying.gov has a community action toolkit which the district could implement as part of this. And I did just speak briefly with Josh, so I know that there's some movement on this. Our youngest was bullied throughout her time at Bridge Street, and I reported the incidents, but was not aware of how the process is supposed to work. Because of that, I now know parents and caregivers must have a better understanding both of what bullying is and how it should be addressed. NPS does have a policy on the website, but it hasn't been updated recently, and the links under school safety are not active, nor are the links within the posted policy. There is information in the school handbooks, however, the steps families need to take when bullying arises must be proactively addressed at open houses and through school newsletters. Families need to know their rights, and they also need specific instructions on what to do and who to contact beforehand, not just in the immediate emotional aftermath of a bullying incident. I was part of a stakeholder group on DESI's IEP improvement project and attended a recent presentation where the new IEP format was unveiled. Bullying is now more noticeably addressed under the present levels in the behavioral, social, emotional section instead of under additional information as was previously. As a district, we must also amplify bullying awareness, especially considering the increased prevalence of toxic social media and the social emotional detriments of the pandemic. My hope is the school committee will address the importance of anti-bullying training and reporting for parents and caregivers with the ALT and the school councils, as well as various parent groups. There are anti-bullying materials available through Federation for Children with Special Needs. Full disclosure, I work for them, but I don't do the training, nor am I representing them this evening, as well as Mass Advocates for Children and the Pacer Center. In taking a unified, proactive approach throughout the district, we can increase awareness and responsiveness among students, staff, and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I see on Zoom, Sarah Churchill-Windsor.
Hey, can you hear me?
You know what, can you hold on for 1 second, because we can't really hear you, so I want to or can you say a couple more things, Sarah?
Sure. My name is Sarah Churchill. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can, sorry.
Great. Just desperately trying to lower my hand. I'm the PR&R chair for NACE, and I'm here tonight. I was going to be presenting a grievance during executive session, but the woman who is supposed to be representing her story tonight is experiencing a medical issue this evening and is unable to attend. So I'm just letting you know that we will be postponing and hope you are amenable to that. And we will be in touch to organize that at a later date.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I also heard that from member Seraphy Cox. Of course, we will postpone, and we wish them the very best and hope that they get well very soon. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I don't see any further hands on Zoom. If anyone else would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. I'm also looking for people waving at me. I don't see anybody. No one else in the room who would like to comment. Okay, if there's no further comment, then we will move on to announcements. Do any school committee members have announcements? Okay, seeing no announcements. If there's no objection, I would like to move new business up above the consent agenda, if that's okay, because we have some guests, and I think the consent agenda could take longer than they often do. So, any objections? Nope, okay. Seeing none, let's move on to new business for now. And our first item is recommendation to enter into a 10-month lease agreement with the Clark School for $34,000. And Superintendent Bonner, would you like to speak to this?
Yes. All right, so good evening to everyone. So we're very excited to have an opportunity to partner with the Clark School for the Deaf and Hearing Impaired. And I believe that this was a partnership that was well established prior to the pandemic. And so now the request is that we allow for use of 2 classrooms as well as some office space at Jackson Street School. And within that use of that space, there will be some remodeling to fit the program in which the school will bring in, as well as the shared partnership of programming, which we will talk about next. So the lease itself, we have vetted this through not only our attorney, but also Alan
Seawall,
Seawall,
the city solicitor.
the city solicitor. And we also engaged the assessor to make sure that we assess the use of that space appropriately. And so with all of that and everyone working on this, we have presented this evening a lease that we feel that is not only sufficient in terms of meeting all the terms and any liability issues that may occur, insurance, and as well as, let's see, in terms of the use of that space. So we'll just stop there. And so working with the Clark School, we realized that the actual rent would be $34,000 for 10 months.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay. Is there, anyone want to make a motion, or is there to get it on the floor for discussion, or?
Sure. Move to recommend to enter into a 10-month lease agreement with the Clark School for $34,000.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Member Levy, seconded by Member Stein. Discussion. Member Stein, then Member Levy. Sorry.
I just want to acknowledge 2 things. I wanted to, we've been talking about this a little more at the Budget Property Subcommittee, and, you know, I feel badly that it's been difficult for us to get this executed quickly for the Clark School, and appreciate their patience as we work through the proper channels. And I just want to sort of acknowledge that again here. And I also want to just thank Dr. Bonner for quickly stepping in on very short notice and figuring out all the things we had to do to make this, so that we can execute this in a responsible way that's vetted by all the appropriate bodies within the city and along the right timeline. So I just really appreciate it. And I just want to recognize that. I know it's been tough, and I feel good about where things are going.
Member Levy.
Just a quick question. If the Clark School were not to use that space in Jackson Street, what would that space, how would they use that space themselves?
So currently, those classrooms are vacant. I do know that on occasion, the special ed department would utilize some of that space, but I know that Lauren Brown is also on this evening. Maybe she can also speak to this, but before, I also, please forgive me, I wanted to introduce that Marian Hartley and Also, I saw Judy Sexton, who are from, and Lynn Raymer, who are all representing the Clark School, who are present this evening on the Zoom. So Lauren, would you speak to how that space has been utilized in the past and why it's vacant now?
Sure. So the spaces that are being used, one of the small spaces was sort of an overflow staff room. So we have a faculty lounge, and there was a small place, room 125, where folks would sometimes eat lunch. So that goes to Clark, but we still have a classroom-sized faculty lounge. Another is a classroom that sat empty last year. It's a 5th grade classroom. We've historically had 3 5th grade rooms, but last year and this year coming, we have 2. So the room is available. And then there are 2 other rooms downstairs that are, one was an English language classroom. We had 2 English language teachers previously. This year we're going to have 1, so that opens up another small pull-out space. And then the room that Dr. Bonner is referring to as possibly being used for special ed was sort of spillover, open room if anybody needed some space to work. And that empty room is going to be on the other side of the building. So I still have that space available. Clark will not be using it. It's really just the result of going from having 3 classes per grade to having a few classes where there are only 2. So there isn't any major negative impact on space for the Jackson Street team.
Thank you, Lauren.
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay. All right, if there's no further discussion, then can we do a, yeah, so.
Just one question. I know there were conversations, I don't remember Sarah P. Cox isn't here. I just wanted to make sure that NACE was comfortable with whatever the agreements were.
Yes, so I had NACE to actually review both the lease as well as the program sharing that we'll discuss next. And they made some suggestions, and we did make some edits. So the attorney was aware, and we cleaned up the lease in certain parts. But it was more so for the program sharing, which we're going to discuss next.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Okay, no other questions or comments? Then, Annie, can we have a roll call, please, on entering into a 10-month lease agreement with Clark School for $34,000?
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Agna. Member Agna, can you hear me?
She can.
Yes, I
Okay,
can hear you. Can you hear me?
now I can hear you. Member Davis
Yes.
and Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay. And then next we have a recommendation is to enter into an agreement with Clark School for shared school programming. Is there a motion for that for discussion?
I'll make a motion to enter into agreement for shared school programming with Clark School.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Motion's made by Member Gazy, seconded by Member Davis. Would you like to speak to that as
Okay.
well?
I'm going to begin, and then I'm going to ask if either Marion or Judy or Len, if you would speak as well to this, and Lauren, if you want to add any components. So here's an opportunity for us to have a partnership with one of the community organizations, and we're actually providing an atmosphere and an environment where students from the Clark School can be included in some of the, what we call our co-curricular courses, such as music, art, PE, and to be, it's more of an inclusive practice to be with their regular ed peers. And so we provide that service and that avenue, and it also diversifies our programs as well. So it's an exciting opportunity, and so from that, I'm going to let the Clark School representatives to speak a little bit about the program.
Let me
Thank you, Dr. Bonner.
Well, Clark has a longstanding relationship with Northampton Public Schools that has really been in place for many years. As I think most of the members of the committee know, Clark did lease space and was co-located at the Leeds Elementary School for, I believe it was 8 years, just prior to the pandemic. And we are looking forward to reestablishing such a relationship. It was mutually beneficial, I believe, and it did offer our students an inclusion opportunity that, as a separate independent special education program, we can only provide so much of. And Lauren Brown and I had a wonderful collaborative relationship this past year where some of our students did visit the Jackson Street School twice a week for some inclusion activities. So we look forward to expanding that opportunity and being co-located and improving on it and expanding it to include specials such as library, music, and art. This past year, we had students participate in recess, lunch, and gym twice a week. So thank you. And thank you to the committee for considering this and for moving us forward.
Thank you. Judy or Lynn, anything you'd like to add?
No, I just want to thank everyone, and I think Marion captured our appreciation as well as how wonderful it's been for the children, and we're looking forward to continued collaboration with the school district. So thank you, everyone, here this evening.
Thank you. Lynn?
Just want to say and thank you to Lauren. It's been a great relationship, at least from my perspective, and working with Lauren these past couple of months as we build ourselves up to this point in time now for hopefully executing these agreements and getting going. So thank you, Lauren. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, any questions or discussion from the committee? Yes, Member Stein.
I was really grateful to see these two things sort of separated, so I really appreciate that we had the lease agreement and this agreement. I know when we looked at the past, it was sort of, the lease agreement was sort of everything. So this is really nice to see, and I think it clarifies a lot of things. And I'm glad to hear that NACE had input and they feel comfortable with it. And I'm excited for it to move forward. And yeah, just really glad that we'll be able to hopefully make it happen for this year.
Well, obviously I have some vested interest in this kind of thing, and I just think it's an excellent opportunity for all students to practice actually learning how to get along with all kinds of students with needs of different kinds. So I think it's great.
Okay, Member Agna.
Hi, I do want to echo the comments that are the positive ones about the inclusion of the Clark School students. And we have had such a long-term relationship with the Clark School over many, many years. And I think this is just a continuation of that. And I'm just excited for Jackson Street to have this program be a part of Jackson Street School. So thank you all for the work that you've done on this. It's really exciting to think about.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Daisy?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's it, yep.
Everybody? Everyone good? Okay. And just quickly on next steps, so this needs to go to the city council. Their meeting is next Thursday, a week from today, next Thursday, the 17th at 7 p.m. Because the city council also needs to vote to surplus land for a lease. So that'll be, I will be putting that on the agenda. And it can go on the agenda just as an order sponsored by me. It could also be sponsored by the mayor and the school committee, if you all would be amenable to that. So that will be on the next council agenda. We're gonna have to ask them to do 2 readings on that, to be, in time for September, or for the start of school. So, we will be requesting 2 readings, and we will put that order next week. Okay, let's continue on with new business, if that's okay.
Lynn has her hand up, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Hi, sorry. Can I
Oh, hi.
ask a point of clarification?
Yeah.
That date I just heard was very different. Previously, you'd indicated the city council meeting was September 7th. Am I hearing correctly that it's actually next Thursday, the 17th?
there is a meeting next Thursday, the 17th. So, so my goal was to get it on the agenda, since it's been voted here tonight, to have it on the agenda for next Thursday, the 17th, and to ask for 2 readings. You might have heard the 7th because, they can deny the request for 2 readings, in which case, then it would come back on their first meeting, which I think is the first meeting in September, which would be September 7th. I don't anticipate that they won't be willing to take 2 readings, but it is true that it's possible that it could be September 7th. But we will ask very kindly and politely for them to do 2 readings next Thursday.
Okay, thank you. I just want, that's just new information for us, so thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, we're up to C, which is recommendation to extend district school committee legal counsel contract for 1 year and increase the contract by $100,000. Dr. Bonner.
Okay, so we've come to the end of Attorney Thompson. We've been calling her Layla so much, I have to think of her last name.
Taylor.
Taylor, thank you. And actually, the contract ended in June. So we're asking permission to extend her current contract. And then also, Bobby requested that we increase the contract amount to $100,000 based upon our spending from the previous year.
Okay. Is there a motion, discussion?
Motion to extend the district school committee legal counsel for Attorney Taylor for 1 year and increase that contract by $100,000.
Second?
Is there a second? Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. Just to clarify, is the contract with Attorney Taylor, or is it with Sullivan?
It's technically with Sullivan and, is it Hayes?
Sullivan,
Hayes, and Quinn.
And
Sullivan,
Quinn.
Hayes, and Quinn.
So,
Okay.
yes.
Okay,
So
so
we
I should
can,
change that motion to reflect Sullivan, Hayes, and Quinn.
Okay, discussion. Yes, Member Stein.
Are we increasing it by 100,000 or is it for 100,000?
good
Bobby-
clarification.
oh,
It's up to that 100,000.
Bobby's
No,
not.
Bobby, go
Yeah,
ahead.
Bobby's right there.
Oh, there she is, okay.
So it would be increasing by 100,000 because we had increased it for the previous years. But it would just be that 100,000 up to 100,000 for this fiscal year, for fiscal '24.
Are you looking for
Yeah,
it,
that's
Bobby?
what she's
Okay,
looking
that's what I think.
It looks like she's on the,
think she
on
is.
her.
Did you
What
hear me?
happened?
Oh, I asked what was, before it was increased last year, what was the amount up to? The retainer, or however we term it.
We had 4 revisions. So the last revision we had done was increasing it by another 100,000, which we ended up at the end of the fiscal '23, just about right at the end of the amount for the contract. So this would be a clean 100,000 for fiscal '24.
Okay, let me try this way. In FY '22, what was the base?
I'd have to go back, I don't have that in front of me because there was so many, there was 4 revisions. I think the base was probably for, 100,000, and then we revised it in 23 twice, I believe. Because we spent almost 200,000 on the legal line.
Okay,
But
so
I
this
can
would be,
detail all that.
this would be up to 100,000 or an increase on top of something up to an additional 100,000?
It's an increase over what we have already had on that contract. So in other words, we approved, let's just say, 400,000 for that contract to date.
Okay,
This would increase it by another 100,000.
thank you. That was my question. Okay, Member Levy and then Member Gazy.
And are we increasing this because we've already spent all our money for this? Like, we've had so many billable hours up to this point that it's estimated that we need another 100,000 to get us through this coming year?
No, so we're increasing it so that we have some money available that we can use in '23. You could put 50,000 if you wanted, you could put 20,000, you could put 200,000. But as it stands right now, the contract ended in June of '23, so there's no money left for us in that contract.
Okay.
Now.
So we're entering into a new contract.
No, you're gonna extend that contract, but in order to extend it, we have to add money onto it so that we have money to spend.
Okay, I think I get it, but why are we not entering into a new contract? Why are we extending our old contract?
I gave several options that we could do, that either A, we could extend the contract and add to it. B, we could create a new contract and start afresh. Or C, we could go out to bid and get different prices. And this is what I was told to go forward with, was the extension. Probably for ease.
Okay, and we're doing 100,000 because what that does is it gives us a cushion of however many billable hours up to $100,000. So like if we don't use, are we saying we're paying $100,000 and therefore we have services? No, we are going to have a $100,000 bank account, and every time we use the attorney services, that draws from that account.
Right. So in other words, if you do 100,000, that saves you from having to come back to school committee if it goes over. So if you did 20,000 and we spent 22, we'd have to come back to school committee before we could pay those bills.
Okay, and if we say 100,000, but we only use 20,000, that 80,000 is there for us to use the next year.
No, go back to sorry.
Right.
We'll go back to the city.
Okay. Got it, thank you.
Can I just ask another question? So this is an addition of 100,000 because we're extending a year, so it would be for this extension of a year, 100,000? Or is there a number that we're then adding 100 onto?
There is a number, and I think at last count, it was over the past 4 years, it was 500,000. So we're adding 100 for extending the contract.
There's not a per year number that we're then adding this to. This is
No.
just, for this extension, it's 100,000.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Member Gazy.
So our particular school committee has been marching right through a lot of funds with legal fees. And I know at one point, members were reaching out individually to Layla for conference. Have we sort of come to the group conclusion that requests to access Layla go through either the superintendent or probably the superintendent? Is that something? Because I know that rules and policy needs input. Negotiating definitely needs input. Those are the two I'm on. But I am trying to just always, when I go to ask, make sure that it's okay with the superintendent. Is that sort of the policy? Is that the understanding that we all have now?
That's certainly what I've heard is the norm in other school committees. And it's something that I think we discussed at one meeting, and Dr. Bonner, you and I have talked about it a bit, so I don't know if there's anything you want to add to it.
I do want to share on the school side, I have requested to the alt team that before you reach out to the attorney, that it comes through the superintendent's office, because there are some things that can be addressed in-house before we have to seek an attorney's assistance. And so, you know, I'm trying to wean them off of the number of calls that are going out that really can be answered in-house. And I know that in my past practice in other districts, that would always happen, and then the chair of the school committee would be the one to be the point person that all of the members would filter through if they had concerns or questions. And that just helped to manage the number of or calls or usage or questions that was going to our attorney. So I'm hoping that that might help us with kind of controlling some of the expenses that we incurred last fiscal year. Just to share, I think it was about $140,000 that was spent last fiscal year. And I think about how many paras or how many teachers that you could have hired with those funds. So, and it wasn't even a year of negotiation in terms of contracts, which will be coming up next year. So just some concerns and some thoughts there, and that's pretty much it.
Yep.
Member Stein and then Member Davis.
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and I know we discussed it before, and at that time, we looked at a breakdown to see what was actually driving the costs. And I can share that breakdown with you guys. I'll have to find it. I could share it after the meeting. But the cost drivers were not identified as being from random school committee members calling. And it wasn't even tracked at that level. So the biggest cost drivers we had were claims against the district, litigation, minutes fees. You know, there's a lot of costs that we've incurred because of the problems we're dealing with, and sort of also the extraordinary moment in which we've been on the school committee. So I think in general, that's a good idea. I just don't actually know that that will solve our problem. And I'm not sure for this year what we're forecasting in terms of costs for issues we already know about. So just to be clear, like my understanding of the numbers from talking to Attorney Taylor, of going through the billables, of getting the information from her, it was not supported that the driver of our costs is frivolous communication with the attorney. It has to do with the significant issues that we've been facing and the costs that those incur. So I almost would like to know, given this recommendation, what do we know is already on our agenda of costs and issues that we're dealing with, and what are the projected hours we think we should budget for them? Because we have had such an irregular few years where we have really all dealt with extraordinary things and probably have had to access Attorney Taylor's guidance more than probably any previous school committee. So yeah, I would just put it out there that it's just the numbers don't support that solution would solve the financial problem. And I would like to see us budget to what we know about in terms of the workload already, and then like what's a cushion that we would need for things that are unexpected that come up.
Member Davis.
My question is, just to clarify, are we talking about the $100,000 increase for the school year, starting like the school year, or just like January, or just up to
Fiscal year.
July fiscal year, so that's,
So the contract ended June 30th,
uh-huh,
so July 1st to June 30th.
okay.
So we're already without, we had a month where, more than a month where contract's been expired.
I got it. Okay, thank you.
I mean, obviously, we're all concerned about not using as money if we don't have to. We all want to conserve as much as possible. But as I think Member Stein said, we've had a few unforeseen circumstances in the last couple of years that have required a lot more attorney time. So obviously, I think we all agree we would go through the superintendent for any needs that members or chairs of committees needed or whatever, but, so we definitely need to do that, but I think we all want to make sure we're not spending money that we don't need to spend.
I can't remember if that breakdown went to everybody or not. If it didn't, I don't know if Bobby has it or do you have it. If we could share it with the full school committee, that would be great. Member Agnew, then Member Stein.
Hi, I just would like to support Dr. Bonner's efforts to apply some discipline to everybody, the all team and our committee, to go through her and the mayor. Even if it shows that the bulk of what happened in the last few years that incurred so much cost, I think that we need to agree that we will go to Dr. Bonner or the mayor rather than going directly to the attorney. I just think that that's a safeguard for the kinds of things that we want to make sure that we have fiscal discipline about. And that's what I hope that we can do from now on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Stein.
Yeah, I want to just make two hopefully quick points. And I actually think what Dr. Bonner suggested as a norm and what my colleagues have suggested is like a good idea. And I think a very good idea in normal times. And I think we're getting to normal times, hopefully. My only hesitation is, like, I know in my own circumstance there was, and I don't have this concern with Dr. Bonner or with this committee. I feel like we're moving in a different direction. But there was times where I had to access the attorney to compel the superintendent and then the interim superintendent to follow policies that the body had passed. And if that person is a gatekeeper to the attorney, there's sort of like not an oversight mechanism. I'm not worried about that in this case. But just in my experience, the fact that a member could almost whistleblow to the council for the district was an important channel. So if there's sort of if we agree to anything in writing, if we can have some provision for like certain circumstances in which are extraordinary, one would have to contact directly the council, they could. The other thing I want to say is I think the best way we can really reduce our legal fees going forward, and I think we're on the path to do this because of a lot of the work that this committee's done and the hires that we've made, is, you know, we need to have consistent oversight of personnel. We need to have consistent HR policies. We need to have, you know, a real focus on making the best decisions that are going to protect the district's interests long term. And when you don't do that, the bills pile up. And I think in a lot of ways, that's the situation we were in. And so I think if we focus our efforts there, which I know Dr. Bonner will and is already bringing that, and we've all put effort behind that, I think our costs are going to come down. That combined with pandemic-related costs that we had to face really are the bulk of what we dealt with. So I'm hopeful for the future that these bills will come down through prudent management. Yeah, that's just my hesitation about limiting access in sort of extraordinary circumstances. Thanks.
Okay, Member Gazy.
In the extraordinary circumstances that Member Stein cited, trying to compel a superintendent to do what's proper. I think that I can understand how you wouldn't want to go to the superintendent for that thing, but then I don't think that an individual school committee member can make that unilateral decision without the consent of the other members of the school committee. It just seems weird that, oh, the superintendent's going to be, is going to block me, so I have permission to go do it myself. And
Well, it's a point of information. It's not that a member wants them to do a certain thing. It's that there's either a law or a policy that the entire body has passed that they're not doing. And
then
so
I think it is, that's something that the entire school committee should address, not just one person. Don't you? I mean, we're a body. We're not, I only represent Ward 2. So how can I sort of unilaterally access something, a school department? I don't know. I don't want to argue over this now, but that was just my reaction.
So is your suggestion that the request would be to put it on the agenda for discussion and a vote to?
Yeah, because if a policy is not being followed, that's school committee's bailiwick, right? I would think, but on the other hand, I would like to move on to, I think I'm getting off into the weeds here.
Yeah, because we have to decide.
We do, and maybe we want to look at sending this to Rules and Policy to figure out how we could incorporate something like
That's a good idea.
that. Okay, but there is a motion on the floor to extend this contract for 1 year for $100,000. Any further discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please.
Member Stein?
no.
Member Levy?
Sorry. Can we clarify what would go to rules and policy?
Yeah, it's not part of the motion, though.
Right.
To create, to have a rule around, around putting something on the agenda for the full school committee to vote on, then contacting the attorney for situations such as feeling like
Okay.
something's not being followed. Something under the school committee's purview that's not being followed.
Right, okay, thanks. Yes.
Member Miller? Member Miller?
I'm just reading it again, I'm sorry.
The motion?
Yeah.
Oh, so the motion is to extend the contract with the legal counsel for an additional year for $100,000.
Okay. Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
And Member Gazy?
Yes.
Okay. That has been extended. Next, we're at D, which is recommendation to maintain current substitute rates, including waiver for bachelor's degree for the 23-24 school year as follows. For the sub-bus monitor, $15 an hour. Sub-cafeteria staff, $15 an hour. Sub-clerical, $15 hourly. Sub-ESP, $15 hourly. Sub-teacher, $120 per day. Sub-nurse, $205 per day. Crossing guards are $16.33 hourly. Is there a motion to maintain current substitute rates for this school year, 23-24 school year?
I'll make a motion to maintain current substitute rates, including waiver for bachelor's degree for the 23-24 school year. Do I have to read all of those?
No, that's okay.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Member Davis, seconded by Member Miller. Discussion. Yeah, Member Levy.
I don't know if this is a Bobby question. I'm just wondering if there's a way to get a sense of how these rates compare to comparable districts.
That would be a Chad, an HR question. I can have that for you for next meeting, or I can send it in our weekly update.
But does this need to be voted on tonight for the?
Yes, school is starting very soon. But I will mention that these were the rates that were used last year, and I think the biggest piece was the waiver of the bachelor's degree again, to help us to get subs to fill our position.
Member Agnes.
I'm echoing Dr. Bonner. I believe these were the rates that we had last year, and they were raised from what had been before, because what had been before really didn't match what other districts were paying their subs. And I think we managed to raise them high enough to get a little more subs and be more competitive. And certainly, like with everything, we'd love to pay more, and I think that given the fact that we have our budget already set, that might be something we want to look at for next year's budget, if indeed we're falling out of what the other districts are paying. But right now, I think we're getting close anyway. I thought that was what the raising was going to do for us. Thank you.
Member Levy.
Yeah, I did hear that these are the rates from last year. I get it. I just know that typically there's a cost of living increase, and so I just want to make sure our rates aren't putting us at a disadvantage, which is where we were a year or two ago in trying to get subs. So I totally get it that our budget is set. So I would love to tag this as something, to Member Agnes' point, that we look into as we're setting our budget for the coming year, just to make sure we're really being competitive.
I'm going to ask you a question you can't possibly answer. Do we know, why do we vote on this now as opposed to before the budget?
Interesting. So, not being.
As I said, I know.
I probably would have had this as part of the budget piece, but I will say this, that Member Levy pointed out something very credible. As long as we are looking at the minimum wage for the state to make sure that we're just above it, we can attract better candidates. So I think we're just right at it. Are we below it now?
Well, a year or 2 years ago, we were above minimum wage, but we were way below what other districts were offering, and we were having a lot of trouble getting subs.
All right, so this is something that I will include in our budget work during the course of the year and bring it to your attention. And I will also look at the surrounding towns and see what the rates are.
Thank you.
I was wondering if I could make a friendly amendment to the motion. I didn't know who made it. Was it Member Davis? Okay.
Davis.
My friendly amendment would be to add a provision that if it turns out we're not competitive, that the superintendent could come back to us during this year to say we need to make a change and present the case. So if we approve this and it turns out, like Member Levy suggesting, that maybe we're not competitive and we're having a hard time hiring, then we would invite them to come back and say, hey, we actually, in this environment, need more money. So that's the friendly amendment.
Can I ask a question about that? So, but if the budget is set, is there anything that can be done about it? You know what I mean? Like, let's just say I say, okay, I agree with the friendly amendment, and in February, we're short for, we can't get a sub nurse, or we can't get a substitute teachers or whatever. Is there anything that can be done about it? Is it too late because the budget is set? Or do we have to wait?
Do you want to answer?
Do you know what I mean?
So a couple of things that we would have to consider is, the number of days in which employees are out and those contact days. So if you were to increase these rates now, we may run out of those line items, that money, faster than we would if it was all the way to June. So you have to kind of consider that. And I know that there was a lot of reductions that were made in the budget, and there's very little room for error in the budget. And so foreseeing what the forecast is going to be and praying that teachers are now, want to come back to work, the morale is there, and not just the teachers, but the clerical staff and so on. So just kind of working on some other aspects to encourage them to come to work so that we won't have to use those funds.
Yeah.
But we never know what could happen during the course of the year. So if you were to do that now, we may come up short in those lines at the end. Just not knowing how many days employees would take off, where we would have to fill in.
But I guess what I'm just saying is that, like, is it an empty gesture to say, yes, I agree, and we can come back and, because there's nothing to be done during the year to change the budget, it sounds like.
What we just did with the legal contract, right? Like, it happens all the time because the budget's so large and things are moving, and you, Dr. Bonner's saying, we're estimating
Right.
usage for many things, and it's never what you estimate. So there's always some level of variability, and if we're talking like a quarter here or 50, whatever it is, in April, the likelihood that that is going to be the thing that is a real problem for us is probably low. And I guess I'm just suggesting we add it so that there's the option that you don't have to wait until next year's budget cycle, so that if we're having a problem, like, come back and tell us, and we don't even need it. I mean, you could come back and tell us that anyway.
Right.
So it's unnecessary. I just wanted to like invite that if it's useful. Yeah.
It's true, maybe it's not necessary. Is it not necessary then, in a way?
Well, we'll see.
That you could come back at any
Right,
time.
but I could come back at any time. I will tell you, usually the biggest months, and this is only for teachers looking at the data, there was a high rate of substitute usage in November. So that'll be a good month to gauge and to see where we are and make those projections. And if we need to come back, I will. And thank you for giving me that freedom to come back and say, oh, I think we need to increase the following rates because we're having difficulty getting staffing.
So then, do we need to have a friendly amendment if you can
That's
do that anyway?
my
Maybe
question.
that's what I'm starting to hear. Maybe we don't need the friendly amendment if you can.
It's up to this body.
Okay.
I think you're giving me the freedom to just come back, so you could take the vote as is tonight, and then I have the freedom to say, okay, this is what you voted on, but I think we need to now take a new look at it because this is what I'm seeing.
So then I guess I would say, considering that, then I wouldn't accept the friendly amendment because it sounds like we might have that, we might be all set to do that.
She can bring it back without a friendly amendment.
Correct.
Okay,
Then, yeah.
okay,
Clean.
yeah.
Is your hand up?
My hand was up, but my hand was up to that point. I like having the superintendent being able to bring it back, but I didn't know if we needed an amendment to accomplish that point.
Same with you, Member Agna? Okay. Okay, so we're back to the original motion, which is to maintain these current rates with the understanding that superintendent could come back.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller? Yes. Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
And Member Stein?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to E, recommendation to hire one full-time special education teacher for the high school. And would you like to speak to that, Dr. Bonner,
Okay.
or?
I'm actually going to turn
Josh?
it right over to Josh Dixon, who is with us this evening.
Hi, Josh, good to
Hey,
see you.
Josh.
Before I talk to that point, I just wanted to mention, Mayor, that there's a community member who missed the initial public speaking period, and I didn't know if it would be possible to potentially make an exception, or if that's not possible, but I shared that I would ask when I came up.
Thank you for asking. Would the committee be okay with that? Yes.
Okay. Appreciate it. I don't move feet first. That you don't.
I will try to keep this brief, and I'm not a good public speaker, so. Hi. I come to you as a concerned parent with a child that has an IEP. Unfortunately, I come to you due to my child recently getting physically assaulted during a school-sponsored field trip and the mass recording and posting of the assault on social media. Due to the steps taken after or lack thereof has built many questions for me as a parent and a community member around the safety of my child. I feel there is not enough protection for our children, and the gross lack of responsibility from the district and the town is putting our children at risk. School committee policies, or lack thereof, have put my child at risk and has created an unsafe environment for my child in the community and at school. Policies create a systematic consistency around accountability and safety. I ask, where is the accountability? Per school policy, it says that specific staff members are responsible for receiving and following up on bullying reports. My question is, who are those staff members and who are those staff members and who is responsible for them, for those positions? And whoever is responsible for that position, whether it's school administrators or teachers, are they given the support they need to be diligent and effective in such an important position, handling these reports? Also, per your school committee policy, under oversight and accountability, it states that bullying prevention and intervention plan will be reviewed and revised by district administrative team every 2 years, and revisions will be presented to the school committee, as well as an annual report with the total number of complaints, investigations, verified acts, and any trends in bullying, harassment, cyberbullying, and/or cyber harassment district-wide. So as I said, it states that it's supposed to be revised every 2 years. All I found that this policy was adopted in July 8th, 2010, and it was last revised May 14th, 2015. Does that mean that there has been no revisions to the bullying prevention and intervention plan in 8 years? If that is true, is that true, or can I find the revised policy someplace else? I feel the current school policies aren't protecting our children or supporting teachers. The lack of accountability is seen and felt. These policies are the last line of defense to protect our children with bullying and cyberbullying. As a school committee, I feel you have a responsibility for the revision and updating of school district policies and following state mandated law to create and establish a safe environment for our teachers and students. How can we together, as parents, as a school district, and as a committee, as a community, help try to build a system to ensure our children have a safe environment? And as a school committee, how are you going to ensure this? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Can you please state your name and your city or town for the record?
Katie Connors and Northampton.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Josh, do you want to? Thanks.
Mayor, can I ask for one more exception?
Sure.
Sorry, just that I think it may be helpful for the committee to know a few things related to bullying, both the bullying policy and prevention plan, and Dr. Bonner can certainly add to that as well.
My only concern, Josh, is if it's not on the agenda, unless you feel like it fits into talking about the special education teacher.
Not really. Okay.
I think it's a really
That's okay.
important thing for us to have on an agenda, but since it's not on the agenda, we,
That's totally fine. Perhaps at a subsequent meeting.
yep.
Okay. So around the special education teacher at Northampton High School, we have a student who is returning from an out-of-district placement to Northampton High School. And in order to facilitate both that transition, as well as to address additional options for reading intervention services at the high school, it's my recommendation to the committee and to Dr. Bonner that we increase the number of special education teachers at Northampton High School through, essentially, because we're not paying tuition, that we would be able to utilize that money instead to both support the student who's returning to a less restrictive setting and potentially provide additional services to other students who may benefit from additional staffing. So that is the request.
Thank you. Anything you would like to add, Dr. Bonner?
No, but I feel that, I know that the school department has just, is beginning to launch a new reading program at the elementary level. And right now I've also tasked our director of curriculum instruction, who is now looking at the vertical alignment of what we now need to do with our middle school and our high school. So here is an opportunity where we are addressing some of those needs for our students who may not be reading on grade level at the high school level. So I'm kind of very happy that this is taking place.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion for discussion?
I'll make a motion to hire one full-time special education teacher for Northampton High School.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Okay. Discussion, Member Levy and then Member Miller.
I just wonder where the money's coming from.
From not doing the outside placement. This person is returning from an out-of-district placement.
Yeah.
So tuition is a lot
Concept.
cheaper.
Member Levy?
I have a few questions. So typically, if there's money coming into the district, or there's less money maybe going out of the district that would have been spent in the special education realm, does that mean that the money needs to be spent in the special education realm, or is that money that our district has to decide wherever it should be spent?
Okay. So Bobby, would you respond to that question?
Yes, I will. So, no, the money does not have to be spent on special education. It could be spent on other areas.
Okay. I don't want to sound like a jerk. I think for me, while I absolutely support special education, and I think we need more special education teachers, I'm having trouble saying yes to this without a lot more information, both about sort of what this role would be, how this person would add to or interact with the current slate of folks we have as special education folks. We've just done a redesign, it's not the right word. Restructuring, thank you, of special education. And so this would be adding another person into that area where we also had a very tight budget and we're making some very, very hard decisions. And so I would, before saying yes to this, I would want to be able to look again at the budget and really understand what our competing needs are.
And so, Josh, how would this impact the high school? Can you explain what other, it's not just one student that this person would be working with, but how will that person then further be utilized?
Correct. So what I can share is that we have a large number of students who are moving from the 8th grade to 9th grade, including a number of students who have moved in from out of state, as well as from other communities. And so it's sort of a both and. So it's the ability for us to be able to add additional staffing to the high school is possible because we have a student who is able to return to a less restrictive setting. In addition, to meet the needs of the current grids with scheduling, this additional service provider is needed. So while I can understand the desire to potentially look at other priorities or options, I also have to say that we're fortunate that we're able to even come to the committee to add an additional special education teacher at the high school. And I don't know that there would be another option for us not to do that one way or the other, if that makes sense.
Can you say more about that? What do you mean by that?
Sure. So the way that the schedule of classes and IEP service delivery grids are matching up right now with all of sort of the student population that we have, this position would allow us to cover those services. And so it's fortunate for us that we have a student who's returning to us that allows us to have additional funding with which to fulfill that need without me having to come to you and say, we can't meet the needs at the high school. So it's not just about it's both reinvesting funding to support the student who's returning to the high school, and it's about making sure that we can meet our legal obligations for our students who are currently at the high school.
Member Agna.
Thanks, Josh. I understand your concerns, Member Levy. However, I'm pretty convinced that the needs are there in the high school from what you've said, Josh or Dr. Dixon. I also am happy that the curriculum director has been instructed to look at vertical alignment, because I think with the new ELA curriculum, assuming that that is something that can address some of the reading deficits for our students, that the alignment will go further into JFK and into the high school. We have heard from some of our constituents about their concerns about reading instruction, both at elementary and the middle school in particular. And so I think that what you're proposing, Dr. Bonner, in terms of our curriculum director is absolutely what needs to happen. So again, I would support Dr. Dixon's request for additional faculty at the high school, given that he has already looked at all the IEPs and is making this recommendation based on how he's going to be able to provide service for all those students. Thank you.
Member, hold on, there are people in front of you.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Member Davis, and then back to you.
Yes, thank you. I'm semi-taking back now that I've heard more, my original thought, because at first it sounded a little fuzzy to me, similar maybe to what Member Levy was, maybe, without putting words in your mouth, maybe was also thinking to learn more, just sort of global reading support. Like, I couldn't quite picture just another body in the building, but it sounds more like if it weren't for this by chance-ish input of money, you might have been coming and saying, our population we need to fulfill the legal obligations of their IPs. And so I would definitely support this additional teacher.
So two things that I think are important to add for both the committee and the larger community is that one of the sort of Typically for elementary school special education teachers, we look for special education teachers with specialized training in reading programs such as Orton Gillingham, Wilson, Linda Mood Bell. That is something that we would add to the description for the high school special education teacher position and posting, because that's actually sort of the highest need that we're finding. I mean, they may be providing other services as well, but it really is targeted towards helping address both the CPAC's concerns around sort of, it's great that you have a new curriculum for K through 5, but what about my kid who went through K through 5 and didn't benefit from this really targeted instruction? And similar to what Dr. Bonner shared about the fact that our budget is very, very lean, we have had more padding in the past with which to be able to sort of reallocate as needed and potentially, you know, not have to beg, borrow, and steal with which to support our most vulnerable kids. And it is just by happenstance that we've been able to sort of not have to do that. And so that was one of my concerns during the budget discussions around that there's not a lot of wiggle room for unexpected costs.
Can I just tack something on to what I just said? It just occurs to me, and maybe it's leaping ahead too far, but that all fits for this year, so it doesn't mean that sort of down the road,
right,
these students are still going to be at NHS and needing our support.
Yes. And we will continue to have middle school students who are joining NHS who will also need that particular support.
Thank you.
Member Miller.
My only question is, and I'm just curious about your thinking, why the high school and not the middle school?
Good question. And so in the middle school has a reading interventionist, a full-time reading interventionist currently, and we have a larger number of special education teachers at the middle school than what we currently have at the high school. And so really when we're thinking about where we need the need and where the students currently are, that happens to be the school that has that need.
Thanks.
Member Levy.
Just curious, Dr. Bonner, if this is a topic that you've discussed with the alt team, and if the alt team members are in agreement that this is the priority for the district at this moment.
So I have not done that. We have really been engaged in other things in terms of our preparation for the school year. But I will say that no one has said anything to me in terms of not filling the needs of their buildings. So, and I say that, for instance, JFK, which I will have in my report this evening, there was a reduction in their technology teacher position, and then there was a removal of a 0.5 504 coordinator. And so, you know, we've had the discussion this week that she doesn't need the 0.5 technology, but she wants to refill or recall the 0.5 504 coordinator. So, and so that was a switch, you know, based upon their needs, looking at their schedules. And so I'm hoping that the principals who are making these calls will actually, you know, reach out to me in terms of what they want to do. Now, there are some requests that if it doesn't pertain directly to students, that I may say, wait a minute, let's look at the budget, let's look where we are and what you're asking for. So, but this is a good call in terms of having this placement at the high school, and we'll be there to assist as that program, you know, especially when we begin to really home in on that reading program at that level.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and that resonates. And I'm just thinking of some very hard conversations we had in this past budget cycle And I'm not sure principals know that they could come forward to say, wait, we really had to make this cut, or we really couldn't fill this position, and we really need it. And so I appreciate the proactivity here, and I'm just wondering if we're penalizing other folks who also have very high needs, but are making do with what the budget is allowing for them, and aren't aware that there might be an opportunity here.
They're becoming very creative when they make their requests in terms of where can we find the money or the alternatives. But the last budget that you all just finished was very difficult, and for some of the principals, it was a hard reality. And now they're really seeing it as they're planning, their scheduling and so on, seeing what's missing, what's no longer there. It has been a challenging summer, but I'm hoping that I'm building relationships with the alt team in general, so that they can feel free to come to me. But sometimes I have to say no, because we don't have it. We just don't have it. Can we stay within this range on certain salaries? Can we take a look at what are the other alternatives? Hard conversations, and next year is going to be even harder.
Member Stein?
Yes to all of this. Sorry, I had an idea of what I was going to say, and then listening to you, it took me somewhere else. But I just wanted to say that I think one of the most difficult things with tight budgeting is that the district does have certain legal obligations, and you have to fulfill them. So it's not an area with which you can cut. So I'm glad to hear from Josh that there's a possibility where it's not necessitating a cut in order for us to fill this position, right? So in that sense, it's probably the best possible outcome. I'm also really glad to hear that we're going to add the preference for certain, so the reading training that we're in Gillingham, et cetera, to the job description, because, we've made this shift, early education literacy, but we still have, as Josh mentioned, and I think others have, the consequences of the old model. And a lot of our students are suffering the consequences of that old model. So when I hear that that's the highest need in the high school and IEPs, that to me is an indication of the legacy of what we used to do. And we've made the change in early education, but I'm glad we're putting some resources here, but I think in order to really serve the students we still have, we're gonna have to find ways to meet their needs in order to give them the best possible outcomes. And this is a start. I hope we can do more, and I say that knowing full well that we're facing very difficult budgeting things. So yeah, it's a problem we're all gonna grapple with for the next year, but I'm glad we're able to add some support here.
Any further discussion? There's a motion, right? Yes. Okay, there's no further discussion. Roll call, please.
Member Miller.
Yes.
On the motion.
Okay, sorry, yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
And Member Levy.
No, and it's not because I don't support the position, it's the process.
Okay, that passes, and we are on to F, which is the second reading on approving the community agreements of the Northampton School Committee Norms Draft 2023. Is there a motion for discussion? Stay with me.
Is that me?
Um,
Yes.
I mean, It doesn't have to be.
Following the, okay, yes, no, second reading. I have, it's,
Do you want to speak to it before a motion?
yes, because I've got sort of something to say about both of them, what we worked on in rules and policy on these things that we are bringing to you.
Okay.
Can I do it, the sexual health first and then the community agreements one, or do you want me to just do the community agreements?
If you could do the community agreements
Okay,
first.
sure.
Is this all one
Yeah,
link
yeah, yeah.
here? Are these two different documents? Hold on. Oh, I see. One's a chart and one is a.
One is a chart. So first we're going to talk about the community agreements, which is sort of what we were calling norms, but we are doing that. Let's see. The unresolved issue was, one unresolved issue was how about not redoing, the comment about not redoing the work of subcommittees. I believe Member Stein made a suggestion that the school committee work towards consensus. We did sort of struggle with the part that says members will abide by the action of the school committee. You know, what does that mean? So we added the part that says when consensus is not possible, members will accurately communicate the discussion of school committee, the decision of school committee, while also being able to communicate how they voted on the issue and why. And so I think that sort of gives you, you know, you support the school committee, but you also have individual ideas, and you can talk about them if need be. The norms draft, that's in that T-chart, what we thought it was part of the process when we were making norms. First we made this, and it's sort of more focused towards what are our actions in a school committee meeting. And one suggestion is that we print those on agendas so that we have those to refer to. I've been in many committee meetings where they actually have their norms, a brief part, printed on the agenda, and I think that's a good idea just to have them. And I think that we thought that the T-chart was something that was short and sweet and could be blammed on there pretty easily. So that's how I would do the norms draft 2023, and then the community agreements we renamed. And these are both coming for second readings.
Okay. Thank you. Is there, did you say you renamed?
We renamed, well, we want to rename school committee norms as community agreements.
Got it, okay.
School committee community agreements.
Got it, okay. Thank you. Someone want to make a motion to get it on the floor for discussion?
I'll make that motion. Can I
Okay,
make that motion?
absolutely.
School committee community agreements and the norms draft 2023 be moved to second, move to approve. Yeah, thank you.
Second.
So was there a second?
Yep, second.
Seconded by Member Stein. Okay, Member Levy's hand is up.
Thanks. I have a question and a concern. My concern is that I'm worried that the work done to change the language in the consensus paragraph actually takes away from the intent of our conversation about that topic. Because the words here say, when consensus is not possible, all members will accurately communicate the decision to the school committee while also being able to communicate how they voted and why. I appreciate the while being able to communicate how they voted and why. But I'm not sure that this adequately conveys the sentiment, because my understanding is that any school committee in the country, because we are a body that votes and represents the public, once we as a body vote on something, it is our job to uphold that vote and to represent the decision moving forward. And what this basically says is that I don't have to do that. Instead, I can say, the school committee voted like this, but let me tell you how I voted and why, right? And that's not actually supporting the decision of the school committee. And so I know that this is a second reading, and so we're not really supposed to make changes after a second reading, but I could only vote to support this if we can change that language to say something along the lines of, when consensus is not possible, all members will, I don't know what the language was before, but I think it was good. All members will support the decisions of the school committee, and I don't know if support is the right word either. And we could keep the while also being able to communicate how they voted and why, but I think we need something stronger than accurately communicate the
I
decision.
would be happy to change that for accurately communicate to support.
Okay.
If that's,
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's the right word. And I wonder if maybe Dr. Bonner or other people with other experience of other school committees has a thought. And I'm just trying to remember what this document.
You can probably go back to see previous
Yeah.
versions of this. Well, maybe, I don't. No, there's no version history here.
Yeah. This document, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I had a school committee that used a saying that captured it all. It says, one body, one vote. So regardless of however you may have felt in the midst of the vote, but when you go outside the room, you still speak as one body, and you say, this is what we have voted on. So I understand exactly what you were saying about the word consensus.
yeah. Well, maybe we went too far that other way, trying to protect people's opinions, but I'm totally happy we'll support instead of.
Hold on one, I'm gonna go to Member Stein.
Oh, but can I just add my other?
yeah.
Sorry. My question was, is the idea that we're taking the norms draft 2023, that chart, and we're gonna put that into the community agreements document, or are we gonna have two separate documents?
Not quite sure how that was working. We used the T-chart to help us formulate the document. So in that case, it is already reflected in there, except for things like, use emojis or something.
Right.
But we all worked on those, and it seemed like sort of short and sweet with like what you're trying to do and then actions that would enable you to do that.
Yeah. I would be in favor, I think embedding the ideas doesn't go far enough in terms of actually articulating what's here in this chart. And so I would be in favor of actually taking the chart and putting it into the community agreements, because I think the chart, these are community agreements. These are things we're saying we agree to in order as a body to really be able to hold each other in these spaces. And then what we have here is really like protocols for how we're going to work together. And so I think we need both.
Right. How about if we put that within the community agreements document under some kind of heading that said these reminders will be appended to all agendas to keep us on track, or
Yeah, and even form the basis of the rest of the sentiments or the rest of the ideas that follow on this document.
You all set? Okay. I think Member Stein, you're next.
I wanted to thank Member Gazy and the rest of the Rules and Policy Committee for working through some of the requests I presented in the first reading. I'm grateful to see the work done on that. And as it regards the consensus piece, my concern, the first time I read it, and my concern still is that, and I say this, I don't often evoke expertise, but I will here. I mean, as a political theorist, I will say that the idea of consensus that we were just talking about for a deliberative democratic elected body is highly idiosyncratic. And it may be, it's idiosyncratic among school committees and it's a general thing, but the idea that one would require the opposition who lost a vote to support publicly the vote they lost is like very strange. Like, I don't know any other body in which you could imagine that happening. If you go to the State House, there's no norm that's like, okay, you got voted down, now I want you to go outside and say, we're all together. The vote is the vote, the policy that's proved by it or the action is what's decisive, and we don't have to disagree, it's a deliberative body. So the idea that we're gonna sort of tie ourselves to this idea that we all have to project consensus even after we've just had a public meeting where we've expressed we don't have consensus and one side lost and one side won, or however you want to look at that, is a really strange obligation to try to put on a member of the body. That's why I objected it to before, and I just don't think we need it. Like, I think striving for consensus is a great goal. I think we already have the formal rule that our spokesperson is the vice chair, and they speak for the committee. And if we speak as individual members. Like, I don't know that we need this. I don't know what it does for us to say that, except like put this weird obligation on people to like support positions they didn't support. Which is not the same thing as, like when we leave here, when we vote on a policy, its success is not dependent on X member, Y member supporting it. It's the administration that's going to implement it. Like, there's no there. So that's why I would oppose it. So I don't know if I love the accurate description language, but I wouldn't want to support any version of this that requires us to support a decision we voted against. And that's what this discussion is suggesting.
wait, you don't want to support a decision you voted against? Did I hear that?
That is what he's saying.
Yes.
Because it's the nature of what it means to support it. Like,
Well, support it is, well, okay.
I'm a member of a deliberative body. Like, not on the ground implementing it. Like, what does support mean? And it means saying, like, I agree with this decision I didn't agree with. It's a very weird thing to ask.
Maybe support's not the right word.
I feel like MASC has some language around this that I was going to try and find. If I may, I will just add, of course, we also don't lose our constitutional right to say whatever we want to say just because we're part of an elected body. So I think it's more of that you can't sort of work or speak against, you can't sort of work to thwart what the body has agreed to, maybe, though you still retain your own rights to say what you want to say about something, of course, I would say. I mean, I think you'd have to say, this is what the body voted for. So this is what's happening.
Right, which is what it says now. You've got to accurately represent what the body chose, and you can say what you want.
I've lost the thread of who is next, but
Yeah, I've had it up for a long time.
I know it's hard because there are people who put, the Zooms are up and then, so go ahead, Margaret. Sorry, Member Miller.
I I think that what we're saying is that in this in this document, that once we all vote, we have, first of all, there's a roll call, and it's noted in the minutes, it's documented that if someone votes no and disagrees with something. I think if individuals or constituents come to us as individual school committee members and ask us, why did you vote no? We have an opportunity, we can talk about what our opinions are, but I do believe firmly that as a body, once a majority rules, that we support what the school committee has voted on. And I think we all have the opportunity through our votes to express disagreement, and there's always documented discussion in which we all express our differing opinions. But once we voted, I firmly believe once we voted, we support that document or policy.
Thank you. Member Agna, can I just found something in MASC. May I just say it before I go to you? Is that okay? So one of the things in the member handbook for MASC says, recognize that the majority position is the official position of the committee. That is not to say that an effort to rescind or reconsider an action is not in good order, but if such an effort fails, accept the decision as that of the majority.
I saw that too, and I'm still looking because I feel like it does have language that's even closer to what we're talking about. I just haven't found it yet.
Right.
Accept is. I heard Member Levy before looking for a word that maybe there's better than support, and maybe accept. The way that they just used it there might be a helpful word instead of support if it doesn't feel right to people.
It also says a little bit farther up as conduct as a member. It says, always remember, however, that as a member of a school committee, you may not take action, make statements, or make any commitment on behalf of the committee unless specifically directed to do so by vote of the committee. Okay, Member Agna.
Well, thank you, Member Miller. I was going to say that all of those things are on record, and the conversations that we've had, and the debate, and then the roll call. And I agree completely that that is something that is a public record, and that those who are interested in how we vote often know that the next day, that they know how we voted on things, or if the public is watching, they know that as well. So I think that it's fair if somebody says, why have you voted no? That's a fair thing to be able to answer. But I do agree, Mayor, that when you say that we're trying to avoid any kind of thwarting of our actions, and being overtly saying that this was something that people that whoever didn't want it to happen voted against it and really wished that it hadn't been done that way. I think I guess it's a kind of a practice in a way that is about ethics, about being an elected official in a body that does go with the majority. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Member Levy.
I would just add to that, and I'm thinking of an example here of members who might say, well, that's how people voted, but I didn't vote that way, therefore I'm not going to follow the decision that the body made. And I think the idea is, and again, maybe you have a better word than support, but the idea is that we are going to follow the decision of the body, and we're going to represent that moving forward. And we can still say, here's why I didn't vote for it, but we've got to be able to then say, this is how the body voted, this is how we're moving forward, and I'm going to behave accordingly, or I'm going to, I struggle with the notion that we wouldn't have language in here that says we go with the majority vote, even though consensus is what we're striving for. and our job is to represent that decision in our actions moving forward.
Uphold, maybe?
Uphold and represent, uphold, there's like, yeah, maybe it's uphold.
Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I'm looking for an example of things that members of this body would actually be upholding, because we vote on policy. We don't do we don't implement things. So the symbolic act of the vote, and that is the action we take. So it's not as if once a vote is taken, I am then required just to do something that is in accordance with what was voted on. And if it was, then that's just a policy I have to follow because it was the majority vote. Like, but what you're talking about here, and what I'm taking from this, is more about what people can speak about and trying to sort of limit disagreement after a vote. And that, to me, doesn't have anything to do with implementation. It has to do with people's ability to express before, during, and after why they think a position would be good or bad in any way they see fit. Like, I don't know why we're trying to gag that. Like what are the things that we are doing as members that would be undone?
Well, so I'm not talking about speech and gagging people, but I am suggesting that, for example, if we vote if something comes up for a vote and we vote, and then there's a member who at the very next meeting brings that very same thing up again, it's like, no, we have voted on this. We don't need to discuss it. We need to move forward with this decision in mind. COVID protocols come to mind as things that we went over and over and over and over again, even though we had voted on them. I think after a certain point, when we vote, we say, whether I voted in favor of that or not, or I'll use the last vote as an example. You all voted yes and I voted no. I'm not going to go out there and say to everybody, what a horrible decision, let me tell you why everybody is wrong and why I'm right. And now I'm going to go get all of the
elementary teachers.
I'm going to go to my constituents and get them up in arms and say, hey, you got to protest this. Like, this was the decision of the body. I accept the decision of the body. I had my opportunity to speak. I had my opportunity to vote. Now we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just disagree. Like, I think any member should be fully able to do what you described, and that's fully supported by the MASC guidance that the mayor read. We will revisit things. It's not an indication that we will never revisit things, because conditions change, new information comes to light, or there's new dynamics, or people aren't frankly not paying attention and then they do, and then you have a groundswell of public opinion. Those things, I don't think we should be saying that members are wedded to decisions they disagreed with publicly and can't use speech in order to express that in whatever form, whether it's to constituents or to the agenda setting committee and saying, I think we need to revisit it because of X, Y, Z issues, and then they decide. Like, I just don't know I don't know what we're trying to prevent. You know, what we mean by support, yeah, we accept the decision because that's the decision. It's like, we're not Donald Trump. Like, we're not in an alternative universe pretending that things didn't happen. We accept it. We still disagree with it, and we can still say whatever we want about it.
Member Davis.
Okay, I just scribbled things all over, so I'm going to try to get them in order of what I was thinking here. I guess I really feel very strongly, Member Stein, that and maybe it's just repeating again what Member Miller said, that our opinion is, or if opinion is the right word, is heard in our vote. And the deliberative body, this is the deliberative body. We're deliberating. Like, it's all free speech happening in here. And then, to me, the name of the game that we signed up for is, that's how this particular body works, is a majority We vote, and then we go with that, and we have to, the moving forward, instead of constantly revisiting things, if that were to happen, I'm not saying it does happen, isn't going to move our students and our teachers and supporting our superintendent if we, you know, constantly are kicking the same issue around. So I strongly feel like you can, not you, one can say what they want, I think, in here, and then we vote and we move forward, and the public can see that somebody was the only one who said yes or no to something. You know, I might feel very strongly that, oh my gosh, I didn't agree that we should move forward with the extra money for the attorney, say, the attorney firm. But if that's the way we voted, well, then that's what it's gonna be, and then next round of the budget or something, I would say, you know, this really bothered me last time, let's look at it again. Like, there are opportunities, I think, to bring up something without it not letting us progress. That's all I would say. Thank you.
So right now, under consensus, it says we strive to reach decisions by consensus. When consensus is not possible, all members will accurately communicate the decisions of the school committee while also being able to communicate how they voted and why. How do you feel about that?
He likes that.
Okay. You're the one who doesn't like it. Okay.
He likes that
I
because
lost the
that
thread
was
of
his
where.
suggestion.
Okay, sorry.
And- But now we're also getting a lot of things, and we seem to be going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth over this tiny little point, which I think we can all agree, well, I would hope we could all agree, that maybe it's just support the decision of the school committee, while also being able to communicate. But
Uphold is a great word. Uphold.
uphold, I've got uphold, I've got
abide by.
accept, I've got follow. I like uphold. But in any case, my question is this the only thing that we're arguing about that, that would send it back? Is this going to go back to rules and policy for us
I
to,
feel
or
like
can we
we're gonna
decide
bang
this
this out
now?
and decide.
Well, if I think we're offering changes to this that we would
Right.
then vote to support once those
Right.
changes are incorporated, right now.
And so I would take a friendly amendment on that
Okay.
as maybe a way to, but I think that we sort of know my position, we know Aileen's position, we know Mike's position, we know your position. So instead of like yakking this to death and presenting, let's just,
So I'd be happy to offer two friendly amendments. One is that the word communicate get changed to uphold under consensus. You see that? And the other is that chart get embedded into this document with the language that we
and
discussed.
what about accurately?
Accurately uphold.
Delete accurately?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just uphold, you don't need to.
Delete
add-
accurately communicate, replace it with uphold, and then the norms draft, something to the effect of these ideas in the norms draft, we'll put them in, form the basis of the agreements and should be added to the school committee agendas for reminders. I accept those friendly amendments.
I had something briefly to talk about the chart, which
Yes.
is, I'm a little bit uncomfortable about putting in here about communicating with emojis because this might just be because I'm old school. I'm the only one of us here who's been on a deliberative body elected by before the pandemic. But so even on videos, things like that, right. Those don't get captured and they're not part of the record. They're not part of the minutes. The community doesn't know that was indicated. So I would say if it's important enough for you to express yourself on something, to do it. Otherwise, you all are nodding at me right now. So for the video, everyone's nodding. You won't know that because the video's on me at the moment. But it's important that if that we have access for the community as to what we're actually saying. So if that is not going to get that done.
Okay, share with me.
So of course, we all express ourselves and we use body language, but that's not actually communicating with the body or with the public.
Can I offer a friendly amendment to this point? I think you're absolutely right about this, Mary Sarah, and I would propose just deleting everything after utilize brevity to use our meeting time well. Only because the remedy to what the problem you're pointing out is being recognized and speaking. And that's what we're trying to get away from in the point. So that would be my friendly amendment, just to delete everything after
Which one?
Utilize brevity.
Utilize,
So 5 down.
5 down, utilize brevity to our meeting.
So use quick body language on would all be just removed because of that problem that the mayor's pointing out.
I think it mostly comes to the point when we're going around and around on an issue and people who are on one side and people who are on the other keep speaking to it, so maybe it's used to call the question. Emojis, when we get circular arguments, it's frustrating.
It is, but then someone should call the question. If you want to call the question, call the question.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, also, I know we all feel pressure sometimes to make our views known. Putting up an emoji is not doing that, so it's not actually accomplishing that goal. So if there's something that you really feel like you have to have on the record, then put it on the record. Otherwise,
But if you've already got it on the record, you can use emojis. So.
You really love those emojis, don't you?
No, it wasn't my idea. I'm just supporting my members who aren't here today. I'm wondering how, I know you and you feel about it. How do the rest of us feel about it before I accept that? I just want to, is everybody else, maybe you could.
It's kind of like free speech. We can't stop people from doing it. We just recognize it. I'm not sure it should be part of our norms or our rules because it doesn't actually become part of what we do as a body. There's no record.
I agree.
Okay.
Everyone's putting their.
So giving you a in-person emoji.
Would we leave, then take a temperature check prior to a vote?
I have my own opinions on that, but.
You don't like that either?
This was a compromise document.
Right. I mean, we are a deliberative body. Your vote is the temperature, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
your vote is you voicing how you feel about something. If the motion fails, then the motion fails.
Well, here's the thing. I accepted the friendly amendments to make the changes on this. And on the norms, can we separate the norms draft and do that separately so that the vote isn't confused? You know what I mean? Like, can we first vote on the norms?
Sure.
Get that done, we have friendly amendments riding on that, and then come back to the T-chart, and I will accept a friendly amendment on that, and we can vote.
Sure, except we had just decided to incorporate them together into one
Right,
document.
yeah.
Right, and it's also not listed on the agenda for a vote, even though we
Right.
could take a vote on it.
Well, it naturally follows from our discussion, right?
Right.
So we're set there. Okay, well, I guess you're more experienced than I am, and so I will accept Mike's friendly amendment to delete the emoji business, just do utilize brevity.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Member Stein.
Yeah, it's a really interesting conversation for many reasons, but clarifying, I think, for all of us. I think sometimes members get frustrated about if they think things are being rehashed, but like that's deliberation. Like often like deliberation is exchange, is all the members sort of responding to things that are being said. And the remedy to limiting deliberation is available to us through Robert's Rules of Order, which are our procedural rules. So a lot of the norms we are talking about are really actually things that if we just use the rules that the body already adopted, we don't need to like have a norm about. So I feel like sometimes the norms are trying to be a version of Robert's rules for us when we just should utilize those better. Because those are the rules that are useful for a deliberative body, right? Like the mayor was saying, you just move the question, you know, and the vote is like the temperature check. Like we don't need to do a two-step process when the rules available to us that we are supposed to use are designed to do that very thing, right? So, yeah, I just wanted to sort of put that out there to maybe help clarify at least how I see what we're supposed to do and how it relates to norms.
Member Agna.
Having used an emoji or two tonight, thinking that it was going to be part of our norms.
Let the record show, Member Agna has used emojis tonight.
Oh, wait, what?
So it's not that I agree completely that if it's not part of the record, there's no point. I think the point that we did, that when we did our retreat and thought about using emojis was just so that not everyone had to feel that they had to make a statement so that their constituents thought, oh yeah, they're active on the school committee. And that, it's a tricky one because there are sometimes where you want to make sure that your constituents hear you. And I think we just need to keep in check so that we don't beat a dead horse at some point to what we're talking about. And also that we do take some care in how many times we have to speak to something. Even if it is bringing up another point. I agree that we need to be a little more in check for how many times we say things. And again, I'm swearing off emojis at this point. Thank you.
Sorry to bum everyone out. Is your hand up anew?
Yeah, I forgot to say one small thing, which is we keep referring to, this is just for later, but we keep referring to it, the record. Tonight we're dealing with the record. And so to point to that is like the testament to what happened, at least for us right now, is not a great thing. And so we need to think about that when we're relying on it for points in this deliberation. Yeah.
Can I just make one other small point, which is so under how we communicate, that first column, I feel like there's redundancy between watch our time, speak and listen, be concise, if you agree, say so and move on, and then saying utilize brevity to use our meeting time well.
Yeah.
Oh, so maybe we don't even need that whole box.
I know it's going to mess up the even column.
That's ironic that it's not brief.
Well, you know, we were thrown, why don't we just say,
Yeah.
be concise and utilize brevity up there?
Uh-huh.
And If you're not going to take temperature checks, then we don't need that either.
Sorry, what's up there mean?
Oh,
Top left.
moving utilize brevity to use our meeting time well, up to watch air time, maybe it would be utilize, so the first box on the left would say, utilize brevity to use our meeting time well. Watch air time, speak and listen, be concise. If you agree, say so and move on.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Does that work for you?
It does.
It works for me. I mean, then we get rid of that whole problematic box.
I think we could.
And we want to be concise.
We do. I would say we could then take out be concise because we say utilize brevity, but
Oh,
I'm not going to push the
be
point.
concise. I will gladly do that. Okay,
Is that a friendly amendment? I just want to ask.
Where are we in the motion?
Member Stein could adjust his former friendly amendment to say that, which might be easier to reflect in the record.
I've made a suggestion, so if someone wants to make it friendly.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So I would rescind my friendly amendment and make one anew.
Okay.
Which is to, I don't know if I'm going to get this right, but is to replace the text in the top left box, the first one under how we communicate, with utilize brevity to use our meeting time well. And then I would eliminate the box that's coming from and all that text. And I would also eliminate the facilitator will allow time because it's tied together. That's the new friendly amendment.
And
The last part of that, I'm sorry.
It was removing, so under how we
one,
work
two,
together.
3, 4, 5, removing box 5 all the way across.
Yeah, all the way, yeah, that's the best way to say it, yep.
And yes, and I'm going to delete be concise too.
All right.
Instead of utilize.
Are we there?
Yeah, let's call the question.
Okay.
Who's going to restate this?
Yeah.
How about, do you want me to read? I can make it an easier friendly amendment.
You can do
I
it
can do it.
concisely?
Yeah.
And use the time well?
Yes.
Do you want me to read what I have?
Yeah.
I'll read the whole thing. How's that? To approve policy community agreements with the Northampton School Committee and the norms draft. There's a friendly amendment accepted from Member Levy that the words accurately communicate get changed to uphold under the consensus. And friendly amendment from Member Stein that the chart get I'm sorry, from Member Levy, her second one was the chart get embedded into the community agreements and be added to school committee agendas as reminders. Oops, I haven't put that in from. And then the last friendly amendment from Member Stein to replace the text in the top left block to utilize brevity, to use meaning time well, and to eliminate box 5 all the way across the chart. Is that correct?
Yeah.
If you want to say it
the
another.
top, we'll erase box 5, and the first top left box should say, utilize brevity to use our meeting time well, watch air time, speak and listen. If you agree, say so and move on.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Everyone feel clear?
I accept those friendly amendments, and I'm dying to vote.
All right, roll call, please.
Trying to get this finalized here. Hold on. Okay. I think we are at Member Agna.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
And Member Agna. Oh, I already have you. Okay. we're
Member
done.
Davis.
Oh, Member Davis,
Yeah.
where are you hiding? Oh, yes, you're the next page, sorry. It's a lot in that
Oh, yeah,
friendly
okay,
amendment.
yes.
Member Davis, yeah, okay.
Okay, those pass. Moving on to G, recommendation, this is on first reading, so this is policy JIK, which is the sexual health policy.
Yes, okay. So I, where's mine? We looked at policies, there's not a lot of these policies around. We looked at Springfield, Provincetown, Holyoke. We decided not to have a preamble of rationale. We wanted it short and to the point. We wanted to ask the full school committee of whether they want opt-in or opt-out. We were sort of leaning towards opt-out. If we go that way, we'll need the Director of Health and Safety to create an opt-out form. We wanted dental dams included as well as condoms. Member Robbins wanted the condoms and dental dams to be free. The suggestion was looking at our current, it's in the handbook, I think, that says condoms are available on request at the high school from the nurse. So we suggested that condoms, we follow that thing, and condoms are available on request. I know that high schoolers and middle schoolers might be embarrassed to ask the nurse, but, you know, that was sort of the best way we could come up with it. Member Robbins also was advocating that students who request items receive age-appropriate counseling on safe use from the school health staff. That's something we wanted there. And so that's it. It's short and sweet.
Okay, so
And-
this is, so you're looking for feedback right now?
We are looking for feedback. This is like questions, comments, concerns. This is a first reading, I believe.
Can I ask a question? So the age-appropriate counseling and information, would that be mandatory to receive
I don't know.
those items? And would that be like, if like a pamphlet goes with it is one thing, it's different if like you then have to sit down and talk to a grown-up.
That's something we wanted to ask, all of us. That was Member Robbins. I didn't know what the current policy was when you go and ask the nurse for a condom. Does she say, you know how to put this on? And, you know, gives you all that sort of stuff. I didn't know, it sort of seemed like we might, I don't know. I didn't know how to address that.
Obviously, we want them to have accurate information, but if that's gonna be the thing that keeps them from then asking for this because they're embarrassed to have that conversation, then it doesn't accomplish the goal.
And I would hope that our sex education covers those issues.
Member Miller, did you have your hand up?
I just had lots of questions. My first question was, and this just, I don't know, where did the policy originate? And so that, meaning, since none of us are health educators, I'm not sure that I'm an expert on some of this, and I have opinions, of course, but I just don't know, like, where did the original policy come from, and who had input into it, and was it the Was it the nursing staff? Was it the health department? Was it Meredith O'Leary?
As you remember, there was a big push from the middle school, from a teacher there, with support from about 30 other teachers there, to provide, because they've got 7th and 8th graders who are sexually active. So when that was brought to us, it was sent to rules and policy to develop something, and that's where we went and we looked at other schools, Provincetown, Springfield, Holyoke, at their policies. We also looked in our handbook on the condom policy, and we sort of made it up based on those things and tried to not get into the rationale of, we want to prevent diseases and stuff. We just wanted to make it short and sweet. And so that's where it came from. Next question. Do you have another one?
And just curious, like, the high school nurses are like all on board with doing this?
Well, the high school nurses already give them out. It's already, this is just extending it to 7th and 8th grade. And there is legal precedent that you can go down with this to, I think it's age 12. We figured 7th and 8th. Because you've got some 12-year-olds in 6th grade, but we thought that there would be a lot of community pushback on going that low. I think Member Agnew.
There's kind of a bit of a queue, but are you done, Member Miller?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Member Agnew.
I was going to echo what Member Miller, just a question about who might have recommended this action, which you answered beautifully, Member Gazy, thank you. I wonder, I have a little concern about, as the mayor did, about having this little speech or instruction from someone if it's something that is a requirement in order to get a condom. I would like to ask our nursing staff if they think that could prevent people from asking for condoms, and because I think it would defeat the purpose of what we have in our schools and the access to them. It's just really critical to think that that would be, if that was an obstacle to it, I would not want that. I also know that there are the sex ed that happens in 4th and 5th grade in the elementary, but I wonder if that's repeated at JFK, because I think when kids at 4th or 5th grade hear that, it's very different for them if they hear it again in 7th or 8th grade, just because they may be sexually active or they may be contemplating it more than they might have been when they were in 4th or 5th grade. So that's just a question, and maybe I'm happy to take it on and ask our school nurse at JFK or the faculty there if that is something that is done, because I do think that we need to revisit sex ed at the middle school if indeed they are going to be offering condoms too. Thank you.
Okay, Member Stein.
I really appreciate Member Gazy reminding us how we got here, and also for the Rules and Policy Committee for moving so quickly on it to get a draft to us, so thank you. I have a similar sort of set of questions. I'm trying to narrow them down to not repeat what others have said, which is, when I read this, partially, if we exclude the question of some sort of counseling around proper use, it does seem to me that this is more a condoms and dental dam policy and not a sexual health policy.
Yes, and we thought about renaming that too, because it's not sexual health. I mean, it's because we want sexual health, but it's just, you know.
Access.
It's,
Yeah.
so renaming
I mean, it
is,
seems like we either have to rename it and keep the scope as it is, or maybe do the type of work that member Agnes suggested and more to say like, what is our actual broader sexual health education and intervention like, you know, like that seems bigger, right? So, or maybe we take them separately. We pass this policy with this scope, and then maybe that's a bigger question that folks want to take on. And the other question I had was about the opt-out sort of suggestion, and I'm of like two minds on it. On the one hand, I can imagine some guardians really wanting that. On the other hand, you know, I think if we're going to make these available, like we want them universally available for student use because it's just protecting students, right? We're not, so I don't know. I don't know how to think through that, but I imagine you had a similar conversation at the first, you know, when you were working on it.
that's why we brought it to you. It's, we were of many minds.
Member Davis.
Yes, my thought is if we go forward with this and the nurse's office, you know, has some supply of condoms in a jar or whatever happens there, I think that a good policy would include how the word is spread, that that's a resource there. It's just, it reminds me of when the students in the high school were, have come here and they have this extremely well-intentioned supply of food or clothes or socks or tampons or whatever, and if kids don't know that it's in that closet, then it's not of any use. So whether it's the nurses or even every, you know, that every teacher would know that they can, I don't know, somehow to get how to effectively get the word out that that's something that's there for them. That's all.
Member Gazy, is your hand up?
Oh, my hand was up just to say that as a former fifth grade teacher who often gave the sexual speech, you know, to, in fourth and fifth grade, the boys and girls are separate. And you give them the girl information, which is mostly about periods, and you give the boy information, which is mostly about wet dreams and body hair and odor are the common topics. Then it was always my understanding that as you went up through the middle school, it became more explicit and more, you know, because you're not really talking to fifth graders about sexual relations. But I was just throwing that in.
Okay, thank you. Member Agna.
I've just been contacted by someone who has expertise in the area of consent. And that at the middle school, the students aren't old enough to give consent. And that we may be in a situation where mandated reporters, so that being sexually active at that age may require us to file 51A. I don't know if this has been vetted legally, and whether other districts have faced this, but I think the person who has contacted me is very concerned about that is something we want to make sure that we're not stepping into an area where we could be not protecting our children, even though we know the reality is that they're sexually active. There is that reality that if, for instance, a parent finds out that a child has been in sexual relations with another child, that they may bring some kind of legal action because of them not being of age. So I don't know if we want to table this or we want to just get our attorney to weigh in on this. I guess I'm really concerned now that I've gotten this message by somebody who's watching.
Well, good news is it's first reading, so this could,
Yeah.
that could be something we can ask.
It's first reading and it's a very complex issue. And so,
It is.
you know, I will, with permission, ask Attorney Taylor to weigh in.
We're all looking at you.
Yeah, okay. I hadn't gone to her yet because it's only a first reading. And there's so much.
Another question, did you go through MASC to see if they had any existing policies? Or I can
Yes.
check with MASS as well?
We went through MASC.
Okay.
Maybe something other superintendents could weigh in on.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, good. So ask Layla about consent.
Thank you.
Are we getting in trouble? And Dr. Bonner will ask around.
Okay. And then you will take it up again in rules and policy again?
Yes.
Continue working on it?
Yes, we'll continue working on it because obviously there's a lot of weeds out there.
Yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to add that we do have personnel in our district who could weigh in on this or help us understand it. We have the 2 outreach social workers who oversee a lot of our mandated reporting, and they may be the best resource we have at this point. Maybe before we contact the attorney that we ask our outreach social workers to weigh in. Is that something that we might want to do first?
Yes.
Sure.
That sounds like a great idea. Thank you, Member Agnew.
So I was just thinking that question of whether the information the age appropriate, should it be counseling? Should it be a brochure? Should it be written information?
Well, that needs to probably have nurses weigh in on it. So,
Sounds like multiple people should.
Yeah.
Experts should give us their thoughts. Okay, great, thank you for that. Okay, H, recommendation to adjust non-represented employee benefits to 13 days sick time and 5 days personal time. Can you speak to that, Dr.
Yes,
Brenner?
I can speak to very quickly. So, on the city side, apparently there was some changes in the contract. So the amount of sick time for the city is 15 days, and then the personal time is 3 days, totaling 18 days for benefits. And so there are some non-represented employees on staff that would like to keep their allotted days to 13 sick days and 5 personal days, personal time. So it's just asking permission from this body, if that's okay, if that's permissible with you all, and then I can say okay.
Member Stein?
Just a question, so since they're non-unit, so is this a policy for other non-unit employees within the city that changed?
Right.
So it affects them?
Correct, because normally, even though they're non-represented, they follow the city contracts.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
Do you support the change? Do you think it's?
I think it's fine. I mean, it still equals out the 18 days for their benefits. They just rather have more personal time.
Make a motion to, do we need a motion? Or do we just say? Make a motion to adjust non-represented employee benefits to 13 days sick time and 5 days personal time.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Member Stein, seconded by Member Levy. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Daisy.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Member Agnew?
Yes. I'm going by our roll call thing, and because the last vote was such a long thing that it's moved me, bumped people out. So Member Agnew, apologies.
Did everyone else?
That's okay.
vote? Yep, okay. Okay, that was accepted. So the next four, these are ratifying MOAs that we have already discussed. So if we could take them individually, or maybe someone wants to move them as a group?
I'd make a motion to approve new business I, J, K, and L.
So just for the record, that's ratifying the Zatoli Extension MOA, Unity Inclement Weather MOA, Johnson Cantler MOA, and Psych MOA Extension. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any discussion on ratifying these four MOAs? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Excuse me, Member Daisy.
Yes, yes, yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Agnew.
Member Agnew?
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
And Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay, those are all ratified. Moving on to M. So this will then lead us back to, I think, our consent agenda kind of nicely. So this is a recommendation to approve edits to the following minutes. And do you want to explain, Dr. Bonner, why those are appearing here?
Yes, and maybe we can clarify and clean up, especially if we're doing this out in public so that we'll know what happened. So apparently, there were multiple copies of the same set of minutes that were edited. It was a copy from another copy. We just need to know the final copy that we need to bring to this body for a vote.
So 1/12/23, who did those?
I think that was Member Robin.
Okay.
She's not here.
It's not here.
I actually think, yeah, two of them were Member Robbins. The one in the middle, April 14th, was Member Stein.
And I'm 527 too.
Oh, and you're 527 too, okay.
Okay. Okay, does anyone have any clarity on which of the 1/12/23s?
I've got the list here.
No, but it's which copy.
Oh, which copy it was, yeah.
Maybe we just have to wait till,
Wait for that one.
okay, so let's wait until Member Robbins is here to tell us which of those. So we'll have 1/12/23 on the next agenda for approving edits when we know which version.
And is 113 the only one for that? The 113/22? I think that's Meg as well.
Yeah, it is.
It
Where's
is.
that?
That's a D.
Oh, wait. I don't have a D.
I don't have a date.
That's on the most recent agenda.
We're both doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Just-
Sorry, it's like,
Get in there.
I don't have a date.
It's in the packet, if you refresh your packet.
Oh, this is very different than what I printed out earlier today.
It
I don't have,
should be ABCD.
I don't have a date.
So I did resend it to everybody in the packet. She left a copy on the table. If you refresh your
Right.
packet and bring up the agenda, you'll see it.
There's
See,
D,
that's-
but there's
that's-
nothing, yeah, the
nothing.
copy that you left on the table doesn't have, it has a D, but there's nothing next to it.
There's nothing there.
I'm sorry. Dr. Bonner knows that we had some trouble because all of the links disappeared in the agenda, and we had to put them all in again yesterday.
It's
So-
on it is on the electronic.
It is on the electronic one, so apologies. I had already printed out that.
But it's,
On the electron.
it's
So
like the
it's-
only one, there doesn't seem to be.
If you go into
Oh.
the packet, it's the only one, yeah.
D is, yeah, so what was the question about D?
The question was that had been renamed, actually, in the, which it shouldn't have been renamed. So,
Why
we need,
not?
because then that would create a redundancy in the record. So we'd have two things, the same minutes of a different name.
Well,
We
but I
already have
think-
those minutes in the record as one name, so.
Well, I mean, obviously it's hard because Member Robbins isn't here, but my guess is that Member Robbins was just trying to make it clear that she had edited this and these are her edits.
Oh, I understand that. It's just the school committee has to decide which document is the record.
Well, the one that, so we voted to have members edit them. So the one that she edited is the one that we will approve as the record. It's not a record yet.
Right, and
It's not
it's,
a record till we approve it.
and
Well, then
we've
you have
got
to
to,
approve- but yeah,
somebody's got to go through and accept all the changes that Member Robbins made. And then, right, like, we don't want to approve a document that looks like this and have this document put up on.
Except I would,
document.
yeah, I left my changes there so people could see this is what
Right.
I'm changing.
Right.
Once we voted on it, then I would say we should accept the changes.
Right.
Yeah.
Are we saying
And
the
then,
same
does
thing?
it matter what the document is called? That would be the document that we're saying this is the public record. Whether it's called SCM minutes approved, or whether it's called SCM minutes approved, edited MSR, like, the name of the document, I don't think matters. It's
It only matters because we're going to put it out there for the public.
But I mean, I think.
Well, you'll
we'll-
change the
we'll
name.
change the name, yeah.
Once we put it out there for the public, it should just say, and it should be in whatever, it should be consistent with whatever you're putting in the other ones,
So-
right?
And that's the only reason I put the January 13th, 2022 one on there, but the other three have three different documents for the same set of minutes.
So the reason I
They have
think
different edits?
that it's me and Meg is that Meg and I didn't feel comfortable making edits to a shared document that everyone has access to. So we made copies of those to avoid a potential concern about deliberation, right? Like if we're making edits and everyone has access to it, potentially you could run afoul. So make a copy of it, then make your edits separately so that the whole body doesn't have access to it, and then re-upload. So the final ones for me here are the ones that are edits MS at the end. So for 4/14/22, it's edits MS, and for 5/27/22, it's edits MS at the end, right? Those are the final versions of my reviewed minutes.
Okay. So we just have to figure out for the January 12th, which ones we think Meg wants us to use.
Yeah, which one was the latest, you know? or-
Yeah.
And if it's gonna take a lot of time, then we
Move
could,
it to another
we could move this to the September meeting, just that date, that one set.
It will
Are you-
only be those, the ones that you just told us will only be, those will be the ones on there, nothing
Right.
else.
Or you can vote on them now.
So it could go under the consent agenda, right?
Not,
At that point.
so I'm not looking super closely, but I'm not seeing a lot of differences between these other documents.
Is there one that has the latest, can you tell the
There,
latest
so there
date?
was, so I had sent both of them in late June, and I had 25 minutes of one meeting to finish, and I did that. And then I resent them. So that's why it's confusing.
No, but I'm looking at Meg's, I'm not
Oh,
looking at
okay.
yours. Like, Meg's got
All right.
edits all the way through, maybe. So, yeah, I don't, how do you see when it was last edited?
You can look in version, in the previous versions. Yes, Member Miller?
All I wanted to say is that, you know, because when we all decided that we would edit two meetings, back at that meeting, people did them differently. So, for example, I sent mine in very quickly, and I just edited right in the document. I didn't note the changes in any other way. And Annie just took everything I added a lot, that's.
Well, it stayed right there in the document because it's the one document we were all working on.
Except on any of these, if you go under file and then go to version history, you could then see, so you could see, the version that you added and could then see what you had added. So it's not lost, the additions that you made, what was previous and then what you'd added.
So, under Meg's, January 23rd, the very first one, A, is not the most recent. But 1, 2, and 3 were all last edited on the same date.
The 14th?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And I'm not seeing differences in them. Are you?
Not that's apparent to me, no. Huh.
So just, why don't we just wait and ask Meg which one should
Okay.
be used?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Yeah, you really want to just cross this one
Safer
off.
just to ask her.
Okay,
to
but
make
we
sure.
can ask Member Stein.
Yes,
Right.
he told us, right?
Okay, so those are all, so B and C.
So it's the I for both of them.
Okay, so I for B and I for C.
Or I guess is it a 1? I don't know. Whatever, it's an I or a 1, yes, it's, those are the.
And what was D that I can't see?
That was Meg's as well, so we
Okay.
have to ask her.
Oh, I see the MSR.
But that was the only one, so there's not multiple copies.
Oh,
So I think we can just approve that one.
Yeah.
It was only on there because it had a different title.
okay, so then, all right, so, is there a motion to approve the edits on, the minutes from 4/14/22, the first I version, 5/27/22 I version, and D, whatever it is, because I can't see what it is.
1/13/22.
1/13/22.
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any further discussion on these? Roll call, please.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
and Member Gazy.
Yes.
Great. Okay, those are done, and we'll ask Meg about A. But wait, there's more. So let's move back to the consent agenda. And we are, so I would like to ask someone to separate or to request to remove section A, minutes for approval to allow for discussion.
So moved.
Okay, so we're now taking A separate, and B is for the consent, so let's just do the rest of the consent agenda, which is B, donations, $1,000 from Inspire Arts and Music for Northampton High School Great East Music Festival, $7,442 from 99pledges.com, different pledges that add up to that amount for Northampton High School Library renovation furniture, and $3,000 from Steve Lewis Subaru for the Adopt a Classroom for Bridge Street School, which will be divided among 6 different teachers, 6 different classes. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Is there a second?
Yes.
Motion's been made by Member Stein, seconded by Member Gazy. No discussion. Roll call, please, on B of the consent agenda.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
and Member Stein.
Yes.
Okay, so moving back to A, which is meeting minutes for approval. My first question is, the list that's on this, on the printout, is very different than what I had from earlier, but also seems different than what's in the packet, unless I'm looking at the wrong. agenda in the packet?
So there's 26 minutes listed in the current agenda that's in the packet. But yeah, it is, I think, different from the past.
Yeah, I mean, so in the packet, I'm clicking on the agenda, it says agenda revised, and it looks like what I printed out, but then these are definitely more minutes on what was printed out here, and the first date is different than what this was.
There was a couple of them that were not meetings. They did not happen. So we went through that and we found that. It's hard for me to remember which list of meetings I'm working with because I've been working with the special meetings. And this list I took from the shared with LT2 that got copied and pasted that everybody seemed to be working in.
Which list? So my question, there are two lists. And the list that you printed out.
Right, because we moved some of those into what we just voted on. Right? So some of them were removed because we couldn't vote, because there was.
But this list is longer.
Which
So, like,
list?
January 9th, 2020 is on this. But
Right, but you all already voted to approve 2020 and 2021 on the June 14th meeting. So you guys have already approved all the minutes from 2020 and 2021. So you approved that. If you look on the June 14th meeting that you just approved in the consent agenda, you took a vote to approve those. So they were removed from this because they've already been, the revisions have already been approved.
We didn't make revisions till after the 14th as a body, and we did approve a set of minutes from 20 and 21, but not all minutes from 20 and 21. And we
Or it was 2020 and 2021 that you approved on the
not
list.
blanket. What was listed in that agenda we approved.
I'm gonna look at what's on the
Right.
city.
So if they're the same ones, they
That's the
shouldn't
only
have
thing
been on this agenda.
They're not.
Okay, so we're dealing with different ones that we have not approved.
These ones you have not approved,
Right.
but the other ones you did, so we removed it from the list.
Right, but the mayor's talking about differences between the current
Yeah.
14, the agenda for August 10th today.
So the posted agenda on the city website is different than what is sitting on our desks.
Right, because, forgive me, that was before we had the problem yesterday of losing our links. Google did that to us. So I had already printed those out. So ignore your printed ones. Ignore, the posted one is the one that is in the packet.
But I think the mayor's saying that the posted one on the site is different from the one currently in the packet.
Let me double check.
It shouldn't be. It should not be.
Posted one, okay, the posted one on the site starts with 1/27/22. Does anyone have sort of freshly?
That's the right one right here. It's on the current one in the drive, the revised version of the drive. Begins with
Okay.
1/27/22.
Okay,
And then it's 2/9/23, 2/10/22, 2/16/22, 2/28/22, 3/9/23.
wait, I'm sorry. Did you say 2/28/22?
Yep.
That is, oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, it is. It's stuck under.
It's like under that
Yeah, yeah.
name box.
Right.
And then we go down to 3/9/23,
Uh-huh.
3/10/22, 5/12/22, 7/14/22, 9/8/22, 10/13/22, 11/10/22, 12/8/22, and 1/14/21. And then we jump to
That other side.
2018, and then, yeah, goes down.
Okay, okay. So that's what's in the packet.
Right.
Okay, and so I didn't see, and I don't think I just heard you say, so 3/25/21 and 4/29/21 and 6/9/22. those were not in there, right?
Right.
So those were minutes that on June 14th, we didn't vote on because they weren't in the packet, although they were done, and they were supposed to be in the packet for this meeting. And we just talked about that at the agenda setting meeting. There was a couple sets.
If you will list those again? Because I have 32521, is that one of them?
That's one of them.
Okay, those still need to be done. They haven't been written or approved, so they can't be revised. Okay, so those just had not yet been written or approved yet. These that you have been working on had already been written and approved, right? So you're making edits to already approved meetings. So these ones still need to be written.
Approved by whom?
No, we didn't approve them.
The minutes that you guys have been editing have been approved. You approved them long, long ago. Yep.
We pulled them out of the packet on the.
No, I mean.
They all say approved on them.
Right, but they're not, like, we didn't approve them. We pulled them out and said, we're going to review them.
Why did you
before
pull
we
them out?
vote on them.
Because we were not confident that they accurately reflected the content of the meeting. That's why we all spent time watching the videos so that we could edit the.
But did you edit them?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we all sent to you, is our edited document.
Okay, apologies, because I don't have 32521 as finished minutes and approved. I don't know why.
So we just voted to approve, there was 17 that we pulled out on the 14th. And then we divvied them up amongst ourselves. We just voted to approve 3 of the ones, 2 that I did, 52722 and 41422 that were on new business. We did those. Then we also voted to approve one of Meg's, which was the one, I believe it was the 11322. One of them we did. Whichever one was not, let me look at the agenda, so we get it right. We approved the 11322 a moment ago. So that leaves 14 that should be in this packet that members have edited that we can vote to approve tonight. So Aileen edited 12722, 101322, Dina edited 21622 and 111022. Emily edited 22822. GL edited 21022. Gwen edited 31022. Holly edited 51222 and 3923. Haya edited 71422 and 12822. Margaret edited 9822 and 2923, and Meg's remaining one was whatever that one we just pulled out to add to next.
11223.
I see.
So all of those, I believe, are in the list for us to approve tonight. I would move to approve those minutes.
All right.
And then we can deal with the other ones after we vote to approve those.
Second that motion.
Okay. Any discussion on those sets? Seeing none, roll call, please.
And Annie, I can forward you that list so you.
Please do, because it was confusing when I read the minutes. And remember, I wasn't at that meeting when that stuff was voted on, so I didn't have it in my brain. And then when I read the minutes, I guess it did not include a list of the minutes that were not going to be approved. It just included a list of the minutes that were going to be approved, so it was a little confusing. So what I'm asking here, what you're doing here is, are you voting for Section A? Is that what you're saying?
We're voting to approve those minutes in Section A.
Okay.
And then we're going to deal with the rest.
Okay. And who made the motion?
I made the motion, and I think Member Levy seconded it. I'm sending this over now with the caveat that the 2 that I listed here and one of Meg's were voted on in new business. So it's the remaining 14 that's part of this motion.
That's part of the motion for A and the remaining 14?
No, sorry.
That'll be the next motion.
So the list I just sent you has all 17 of the ones we edited, but we voted to approve 3 of those already in new business. So it's just the remaining ones of these we're voting on right now to approve that are in the consent agenda. And then once we approve these,
Then you can approve the list that you just sent me.
no, we're doing that right now.
So we're doing it all together, even the ones in the,
We're doing just the ones that he just enumerated.
Right, the
Right.
open circled ones, the open circled ones
Yeah.
are the ones.
yeah, I see that, but I guess what I'm not, okay, let's vote on that. Okay, Member Miller? Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
And Member Levy?
Yes.
Okay. But do you understand what I was saying about, so on the 14th, we removed some minutes from voting because they weren't in the packet, so we couldn't, and I don't see those.
And it sounded like either we thought they were completed, but they actually weren't, so that's why they didn't make it, or they just didn't make it for some other reason into this.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't know.
So I have, now that I'm reading the minutes of June 14th, 2023, approval of minutes, discussion and vote to approve school committee open session meeting minutes for the following dates. So there was a bunch of them, and, you know.
Right.
And so you pulled a bunch but did not.
So then if you go to the next page, it says, we amended that last motion because we realized that 325-21, 429-21 weren't in the packet. So here, Attorney Taylor stated she'd previously reviewed those two sets of minutes, so they exist. They've already been made, and she didn't think of a reason why they wouldn't be in the packet. So they were supposed to then be in the packet for.
Well, I've looked for them and found only drafts. I did not find I did not find that they were finished and made, or approved, actually. So I will have to go back and look again. But, you know, Dr. Bonner and I have gone over those two sets of minutes, and, you know, they've yet to be written and approved, as far as I can see. But I'll have to go back and look at what Attorney Taylor is talking about.
Well, would they have been approved?
No.
No, so there's no reason why they would be approved.
They're supposed to come here tonight to be approved.
Right.
But this whole entire list that the school committee was working on is previously approved.
No, you keep thinking that, but it's not. They're not approved.
No.
The entire list was previously approved, and we had to go back and edit them and put in grids and everything else.
We didn't approve them.
They've been approved in previous meetings. I mean, there's minutes to show it.
Right, but we're saying the question of the minutes that you're pointing to as reliable artifacts of what happened is the whole point. And we're saying that on the 14th, all these meetings that have the little open circle here that say minutes approved, we pulled out in that meeting and did not approve them. They were
I'm
not
saying
approved.
they were approved like a year ago, and, you know, all of these minutes were approved and had to be revised after the Attorney General looked at them. So these were all previously approved.
You're telling me that meeting minutes from March of 2023 were approved a year ago?
No, but some of them
That's
were.
what-
But March from 2023 were approved in April.
Got it.
Yeah.
So that, if they haven't been written and approved, I didn't include them because they need to be written, but I could be missing something here, and I'm not sure what it is. So, I mean, the minutes of 325-21 have not been written yet.
She told me when I went back.
Okay. So let's just make sure we have the dates right. So 325-21, 429-21, then there's also 6/9/22.
Also not written. I was on.
What about 429-21?
429, they need to be revised. That's what I have here. So I think that we just did that this week and did not end up on the agenda.
And then 8/18, there was no meeting?
There was no meeting. That didn't exist.
I have another.
And also, I'm sorry, 429-21 was executive session, all executive session. So during that time, Yeah, 32521 and 42921, my apologies. Those were special school committee meetings that were entirely executive session. So they should not have been approved in this body of minutes, and that's why they're not in there. So it happened a lot during that time that the school committee would have a special school committee meeting and go directly into executive session. So the entire meeting was executive session.
Okay, and then 6/9/22?
That has not been written. That was last summer. I was on medical leave. So that's on the list to be written.
Okay. Then I have another question. So Member Stein kind of pulled a sample for all of us, and so I revised 22720, but I don't see them on this agenda. Unless I'm missing.
Wait a minute.
You do? Where?
I'm just looking at the written one.
I have it that you approved it on the 16th. Unless you moved it out of there. I mean, on the 14th, on June 14th. 22720?
Yeah, I guess that's true. Right.
Yeah, 22720.
It was 22720 I did,
I'm
right?
trying to,
I see it on the written,
it was on the agenda to
I
be
see it on the
reviewed
agenda
tonight. Yeah.
tonight, the paper one, but I don't see it.
Yeah, it got taken out. Apologies about that paper one. I printed it while ago. I forgot about the changes.
Well,
The posted one is the one in the packet. That's the.
okay, I've checked a few times. I don't see it on the posted one.
Yeah.
Maybe we
22722 20 should not be on the agenda.
Okay, I understand that, but I would like to put it on the next agenda to vote on it again because there was significant changes.
You already voted on it on the 14th. You approved these.
Yeah,
on
and
the
I would like to amend that because it was missing, it didn't say that there was a roll call when there was a roll call.
But you, okay, okay. I don't know what to say because, I mean, these minutes have been approved so many times by this body, not by me, so, you know.
Yes,
okay.
but there are so many that it's very hard for us to actually, and some of them, like that one, we were not around for. So I actually watched the video and found that there was a roll call that wasn't included as a roll call.
So you want to put 227 in 2020?
Yep.
So 227-2020 did not need a roll call vote because we had not shut down yet. Roll call only happens after March 2020. So that's why.
Except I watched the video and Mayor Narkowitz asked for a roll call.
Okay. I don't.
It had been a voice vote and it was unclear and he then said, I would like it to be a roll call.
Okay, okay, so
It was not
we'll
documented.
So I'm looking at.
approve 227-22.
I'm looking
20.
at a, 22720, yeah. I'm looking at a version of the agenda from August 4th, which is where I got the ones that I asked everyone to look at. And that's where this is, in the same list as the other ones. So I think, I don't know, my recommendation is that we need to, I'm not sure who, one of us or the superintendent needs to look at any meetings where votes were taken to approve chunks of minutes and verify that those minutes were approved in those chunks, because I don't think a lot of the ones that we pulled out on the 14th have previously been approved. I just don't.
That whole list is previously approved minutes, the entire list.
Right, I know you believe that, but I just don't have faith.
Well, you can also look at Attorney Taylor's communications, because she shows, you know, we have a backlog that hasn't been touched because we've been working on previously approved minutes for the past 6 months, this whole list.
But is that because we approved minutes that then it came back that were not formatted?
Yeah, right, so it's the Attorney General.
Right, so whether they were previously approved or not, does it matter? We've got to approve them. We've got this long list of meetings.
Right, so some of
that
them
we've
you
gotta approve.
approved in June, but then made additions to them, and now they have to come back for reapproval.
Right, so here we are.
Right, so I have, the only one I have so far that you want to bring back for reapproval is February 27th, 2020. Is there any other?
I would like, let me see if the one I did is still on the agenda. Hold on.
It was earlier.
I mean, I would like to vote to approve that one tonight since I edited it, so we could just do it.
It's like free from the bottom in the longer titles. Does that make sense? Right here.
Okay, 3 for the bottom and the longer title.
January 24th.
Those are not previously approved. These are newly written drafts that have just been written by me or Alyssa or or Michelle.
Right.
So you were not asked to, you did not give
It was
yourself.
on the agenda, and as something
Right,
you're
and
going
so
to
that's
approve.
an issue because then we're creating duplicate public documents.
There's no issue. You put a document on the agenda for us to vote on. Before the body voted on it or reviewed it, I made edits to it in consultation with the rest of the committee to let them know it's your draft, it's not the public document. And so I
He
made
didn't
those edits.
deliberate with us.
Yeah.
So he's essentially making amendments to this set of minutes that's
Right,
on the
but
agenda.
that has to be done in a meeting.
We're in a meeting right
I'm going to
now.
refer to Dr. Bonner about this. You know, I mean, edits have to be made not before the meeting, but in the meeting and only in the meeting, regardless of Google Docs. I really believe that is what the law
And we
is.
just voted on 14 minutes that people made
Because
edits
those
to
were
outside
the
of the
previous
meeting.
list of minutes that have been being revoted on for 6 months. Those were the previously approved minutes that Layla Taylor said, the Attorney General said that we had to put grids in and had to say roll call vote and things like that. These are minutes that have just been written. These drafts have just been written by central office. And so they need to be, if they are amended, they need to be amended in the meeting, not before the meeting. I really believe that is the fact.
Annie, just point of order for everyone. So right now, what we have in front of us are the January 24th, 2023 minutes.
Yes.
That have been reviewed. So we can take a vote on that this evening.
Right, and we can amend them
Further, in this meeting.
to incorporate,
To incorporate it in the meeting. Yes.
because we're in a meeting right now.
Right,
So
but you
there's
can't
no-
do it in the document before the meeting happens. You can't do that. I mean, that never has been able to be done. I mean, you really can't do that. These changes have to be made in the meeting. The
That's
ones
why I
with the
made a
circle.
copy.
What's
I
that?
made a copy. There's no deliberation, there's no public meeting violation. I made a copy, and we're deliberating on the edits I made in that copy at the meeting. I
But
can
you
make
are
a
not
copy.
you are not the writer of the minutes. The minutes come from the central office.
Right.
So it's
So
not.
he's
your-
going to move to amend them. So is there a motion, do we have a motion on
Very
this?
careful about this.
Okay, is there a motion for January 24th? Did you already make that motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the amendments to the minutes for January 24th, 2023. And I can,
Wait, let's get a second.
Second.
Now, do you have, anyone have amendments on January 24th, 2023 minutes?
So the amendments are,
so if I can
Member
share my
Stein.
screen, I'll show you.
Yeah.
yes.
Yes. So can I share
was a
my
rhetorical
screen?
question.
So I get what you're saying. So if I can share my screen, I will bring up the amendments that I made to these minutes. Okay. So, all right, so I watched this meeting. This meeting was for approval of the main focus was approval of the program of study this past January.
I'm not seeing where you made. I'll have to look into your comments.
So you'll see the edits here. You'll see the notes and you'll see the text. I left the suggestions on so we could see. So I added some context to the meeting to explain what was happening.
Let me ask you this. How can I get into your edits? Because it seems like
I can share it with you.
okay, this is an issue. We cannot have two documents for these minutes. This can't happen. It's a bad idea.
Well, Annie, we needed to have a way to have input into making
I agree, but it has to be
changes.
done in the meeting. It has to be done in the meeting. You cannot do this outside of the meeting.
Okay, just point of order. So, and I know the mayor will be right back.
And I'm looking at
Wait,
the
Annie, let me,
document that's listed
one-
in the meeting.
Annie, let me just, and, okay. breathe in.
Breathe in.
So just for clarification, so what I believe Annie is saying to us is that when we post the agenda, these are now public documents that should not be changed at all once it's posted. So I'm learning something tonight. If once the minutes are revised, instead of waiting until a week prior to the actual meeting, is to have whoever wants to be assigned to review and do the editing before we make it a public document. Because once it's posted, it really should not be changed unless we are actually out in an open meeting.
That's right.
So these changes that you've made, you actually made to a public document that was posted. This was posted.
If I could just interject,
I know.
But the copy is not in the packet, so you can't touch it. The copy doesn't even exist. If you click on what's in the packet, you see Alyssa and I going through the packet. You see all of the edits that we made in there, right? She wrote these.
But we voted.
You should have put, if you wanted to put edits in it, you could do it in the open meeting, in the document that's posted on the, it doesn't matter what you voted on.
Well,
if you wanted to make that change, you had time, you had a week with this posted document, posted agenda, to come to me and say, I want to add a copy, and come to the agenda setting team, I want to add a copy of this document because I've made edits. And then the agenda setting team could have decided before it was too late with the posted agenda whether or not we could include what you want to discuss right now. But
There's nothing to prevent us from copying these changes into that official document
Okay.
during this open meeting.
okay, please do that then. Please have the official
That's the
document.
easy solution.
Clarify something, Annie? So I edited some minutes, and then
Previously revised minutes.
I emailed you and I said, hi, Annie, here are the changes that I've made to these minutes. And then you took that document that I emailed you and you included it in this list of documents here for today,
Well,
right?
it was already included because you already made the edits to the actual minutes. Anybody that makes a copy, you're not making edits to the minutes. You can't make a copy. That's really, I guess what I'm trying to say. And
So-
edits to something, unless you contacted the agenda setting team before it was too late to make a revision to the posting, edits have to be made in open session. It has to be made in the meeting.
So it sounds like, moving forward, what we need to do right now is take Member Stein's document and move to have that be the record. And then moving forward, we need to just simply make our edits in the document itself.
Yes, and I did send out an email asking you all to please make edits in the document itself, like a month or so ago.
Right.
Now, I didn't look at all the edits of the previously approved minutes, because I had looked at it 1,000 times, and it was up to you guys to make the edits, and you approve them. So, but these new ones, these are something that I'm working on with the two women that are working for me to do this.
So, in other words, like what I sent you, I just did it right in the document.
Right. So you don't even have to
Sent it
send
to
that to me because I'm connected in that document. I see you all making your edits, and these are edits that you chose to make, and you're the body that votes. So you don't have to send those to me. And then anything I
Didn't
bring,
write them or do anything, I just put them right in the document.
that's what you were supposed to do. That was great. So to just edit the document.
Phew.
We want to be very careful.
But can I say something, or do I need to wait till?
Something's going on.
I think we can do it, just don't trip.
No, I'll be good. We got the green. It's all on.
Is it on?
We're okay. Our batteries were
Can I-
running low.
Can I say something?
Yes.
The point of clarification that Dr. Bonner made was very helpful. And I'm saying, I get what you're saying now, but from my understand, and I wrote right into the document as well, but I had my comments on the side.
That's
I
good.
never
That's the
did that
document.
before. But, what I was hearing that Member Robbins and Member Stein making the copy, even though what you're saying, which I get now, I think, maybe wasn't the official right thing to do, maybe, but it was an idea. Like, it was sort of an idea that it was kind of a good idea too.
I understand.
Because it was like, I'm not gonna mess with this, but this is what I'm thinking, so I don't
understand
mess
it.
with this.
And I'm
So
going to point out
why
that I'm
can't
going to
it
be bringing
accepted?
negotiating minutes to you where we ran into this, because people were making copies of the contract and making changes in a different copy instead of directly into the contract, and I think we're going to have problems with that. And so this is the same sort of thing. Google Docs presents us with this challenge, right? So this is not a public document. These are suggestions that Member Stein wants to make. The public document I have open here, which is from your agenda, that's the one you should have open. That's the document that we should be making changes to. We can incorporate what Member Stein suggests, but we have to do it in this document that is the public document. So we can't do it in his copy, unless you guys decide that this is the copy that we're going to use instead. But that would probably, and I don't know, probably have to be posted on a new agenda.
The other issue we run into, and the reason for making a copy, is that we are routinely told, do not make edits in a document you all have access to, because you run afoul of open meeting law. It's a risk. So the idea that we're supposed to all edit and we all have access is just not a great idea.
No, I agree.
So, like, that can't be the solution. It's just too risky. You know, Layla's been very clear anytime that has happened outside of a meeting. So if we make copies and then we incorporate them in the meeting, that's fine. But, you know, like, in terms of public documents, we've looked at, I don't know how many versions of this.
But it's the same document because it's in Google Docs.
What I'm saying is, we've looked at numerous versions of this agenda over the last week, which have wildly different public documents on it. So it's not really as if our agenda has been sacrosanct about what's going to be publicly available for the meeting and what's been posted. Like, it's all over the place.
I guess you'll have to talk to the agenda setting team about that.
I don't know. I don't think they put the agenda together.
Do.
Well, they don't copy, they didn't make the list of minutes and put it in there and then
But they look like that, what's on the agenda.
delete them and.
Okay, so where are we on January 24th minutes?
So I just want to highlight some of my concerns. Like, there's a number of things in the version that I edited, the public version, that it's just missing large segments of what's described, missing the context that if one was to read this, they could understand what was actually discussed. There is an entire vote that's missed that I had to add in when I listened to it. You know, there's staff that are referred to as members. I mean, it's like there are a number of concerns here that make me worry that even though we've invested a lot of time and additional resources in producing minutes, what we are getting is not of the quality we need to satisfy the state, and that we all as a body cannot be fixing all of the other 240 of these we have to deal with. And so I'm concerned that our plan is not working well, and I just want to express that. I know the minutes the mayor did, similar concerns, like, we're not, it's not nitpicky, we're talking basics. You know, we can't miss votes, we can't, yeah. So I'm just concerned. I would make a motion to copy the changes I've made in this version of the document into the public document during this meeting and vote to approve it.
Any further discussion on these January 24th, 2023 minutes as amended with these additions from Member Stein? Additions and changes? Nope. Okay. Roll call, please, on January 24th, 2023.
Member Agnew.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Member Shara.
Yes.
Keep it at the top.
Member Robbins. Oh, she's not here, sorry. Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Carries. Member Stein, are you going to be the one copying those in there, or do you want to share that thing with me and have me do it?
I will, whatever's easier. I will share it with you. We just have to do it while we're here in the meeting. So I'll share this with you now. And then,
Are you going to resolve the edits?
yeah, should I do that before I send it?
Well, you can you can send it to me and I can resolve it later. That also has happened. But that you have to agree on the edits in the meeting.
So we just voted on these edits, so why don't you resolve it now?
Yeah.
Right.
And
Please do remember that I've been working with a lovely woman, Alyssa. It takes a long time. If you've never been to a school committee meeting, it takes a long time to learn how this works. And I've spent many hours in training with her on this stuff.
Accept all the edits.
So it's hard to know, how fast I need to go and how much to leave in her hands. And I won't know if she missed a vote necessarily because I'm not going to watch that whole meeting again. So she has the roll call, she has the accurately reflected votes, and if she missed it, maybe that's something I'm going to miss. So, I don't know what to say. It's going to take a long time. I think she's doing very well and she's learning.
I think it's simple, just to, if we're editing a minute, one of the minutes, you just type right into the document.
All you have to do is highlight the place and then click comment and make a comment, even if you don't put an edit in. Just can comment. You could say, I think there was a vote missed, or I think this happened. And then everybody can look at that because it will be in the document that's in there. And then that can be easily changed in the meeting. But doing it this way is that's too much work.
If we just type right into the.
Right into the document. That's why we have Google Docs. And it's a public document, so making a copy of it and then using that copy as another public document, that makes me nervous. It's a very difficult thing for me. I mean, the edits should be made directly into the document for everybody.
We cannot
We
make
can't do it.
edits into a public document because that would be deliberating.
Right.
So
Can't do it.
we can't, this is,
So, I mean, I don't know what to say. There's a lot of minutes. I've tried, Michelle and I have tried very hard to catch up with all of the amendments that need to be made from previously approved minutes. So there's always a little something here and there, and then the school committee took it on, and that was the school committee's idea. You could send it back to central office for us to work on more. That's the only option.
sorry, Member Davis.
So, I'm not clear where this leaves us, because I do remember, even though I went ahead and typed into the document, like Member Miller was saying, I simultaneously absolutely remember Attorney Taylor saying, can't do that because that's deliberating, and it didn't occur to me the idea of making a copy, which I totally get why we're not supposed to.
Right.
But then my understanding of how we came to all of this was an effort to help move this thing along, to get the minutes resolved, because it's a huge problem, and even though, as you just mentioned, the woman that's helping in the office now is new to this and everything, and that it might take a long time. My understanding is that we don't have that luxury at all. And it was like a well-intentioned divvying up of tasks that we all sat at home and watched the meetings again and all this kinds of stuff, because it's our job to figure it out. So I'm not sure where this leaves us if we can't do one thing and we can't do another part of it. Do we have to say there's nothing that we can do to help as being on the school committee, that it just fully goes right back to the office? Like, I'm not sure. That's how it feels. It feels like, oh man, we can't do it. If we can't I'm not sure what the legal answer is, I guess is what I'm thinking.
Member Stein, then Member Gazy.
I mean, I think we were just compliant with the law, right? We just took edits that I made, looked at them in open meeting, voted to move them into the, like, I don't think there's a problem there. Our bigger problem is, do we feel confident that we're on track to satisfy our requirements to the state? And originally, when we were reviewing these, it was to check quality, make corrections to certain ones. We didn't commit to doing that for 290 meetings.
No.
And yet, it seems as if, based on what we've seen, that's like our only option, despite thousands of dollars being spent, right? And that to me is the problem that I think we still need to deal with. And so I don't think we can continue going like we're going and satisfy the state in any reasonable time frame. I don't know what that means, but I'm just not confident we'll get there. Even just the two we were able to look at in a few days, if Layla was to look at them, she'd be like, or someone complains to the state, we're just back in the same position, redo it, you know. We need a better solution to get these done with confidence.
So it's not uncommon to make amendments to minutes, but they're usually small, right? I think that's kind of the problem, is that, we could come and say, this is a Scrivener's error, or this vote was attributed to the wrong person. It's the fact that they are so extensive that makes it hard to not have it be in the document.
I guess if I could speak, Michelle started helping me with these minutes when she got hired last September. So the main minutes have been written by her. We were having 10, 15 meetings a month, and in 2020, we were having 20 meetings a month. That's the reason we have the backlog. Once we get caught up and I'm writing the minutes all the time, most of these minutes that you're looking at have been written by people other than me.
That doesn't solve
So
the
what
problem.
has solved the problem in the office is that since May, we've only had 4 or 5 meetings a month, and I've been able to catch up on a lot of stuff. Once we catch up on all of these, this won't be the case. I think, and I haven't spoken to the Attorney General's office, I've certainly gotten messages, from other people that there's a deadline here and a deadline there, but I'm not sure there's a deadline. I would very, very much like to have Dr. Bonner in our central office meet with the Attorney General's office so that we can come up with a plan and a reasonable timeline for the people that now know how to do it. Now Michelle can write minutes. Maybe these old minutes were hard to, so that I think is really your only option, because we have to come up with a reasonable timeline, trying to get it done really, really quick. And still putting out agendas and everything else for a lot of minutes per month. We only have 2 people in the office. It's just not reasonable for that. So if we want to catch up on these old minutes and give us time to write them, and now I've trained 2 new people that they're both doing much better now. We just had 2 long meetings yesterday with both of them. We should be able to catch up on these, but it needs to be a reasonable time frame, and I don't think we have an idea of what that is. And I just really feel like really communicating with the Attorney General's office, really laying it all out in front of them and saying,
Okay.
yeah.
So I feel like Attorney Taylor has covered this many times. So first of all, the open meeting law is very clear on a time frame, right? It's within 3 months of a meeting. So that's what they're gonna say. So
But we
wait,
have backlog.
can you please not interrupt me? So that's when minutes are supposed to be done.
Agreed.
So for the backlog, what Attorney Taylor has said many times is she believes as long as we are showing that we are actively working on this, then we're showing a good faith effort to get this done. But it doesn't change. You're never going to catch up unless we do this as efficiently and quickly as possible.
True, but if we spend a lot of time just reviewing old minutes that have already been approved.
None of us want to do that.
Right. So
we're doing
what I'm
it
saying-
because they're deficient.
With respect, what I'm saying is, honestly, this should be done by central office. This should not be done by the school committee. In my opinion.
We can't afford that.
Well, I mean, it might have to be a more extended timeline. It might just have to.
I will speak for myself. I really want this done by central office. I do not want to do this.
I hear
It
ya.
wasn't really very fun to sit
you
through
approve
a
them.
meeting that I didn't like sitting through the first time. And then I had to sit through it again to make sure the minutes accurately reflected the meeting, which they didn't. And so I needed to amend that.
I do understand. The
So-
problem was, we started having other people write the minutes because we were having so many meetings that I could only keep up with the
But Annie,
agenda.
this is where we are right now.
Yes.
Is that having central office do this wasn't working. And so we have come up with a different way of doing it. Yes, we appreciate the work that you all are doing, and we've got to also pitch in order to move this forward.
It's your call how you want to do that.
Can I make a suggestion then? So moving forward, because we know that we're going to need everybody to help us with this. This is just an enormous project. So isn't it best then, instead of creating that shared folder that everybody gets to view, is that when Mike Stein divvies up the actual minutes by dates, that you only share that folder with that individual and allow them to edit directly in there. So therefore, you're not breaking the open meeting laws. It's just one, wait a minute, Annie, let me finish. Because if working with Mike, and I think Margaret was also checking in on you. So if they divvy up like for instance, we have a set of minutes right now that we're probably not going to vote on tonight, right? So here we go. Make that assignment and share that one folder. Wait, Annie.
I hear what you're saying.
So it's just that one folder. You're not going to create a shared folder for the whole body. And then that one person who has been assigned those minutes can make the edits right then and there.
I agree, and I think that's the way I would have done it. But I was not doing this. I was not managing this. This was being managed by Member Stein, or, I was not doing this. And so that makes it very confusing for me to keep everything in order when it's, so far out there. And the other thing is, Dr. Bonner, you're using the word folder. So when we're talking about Google Docs, even if I just assign this or that, everybody already has access to all these documents because we've already put it in there. So what's happening is, Member Stein, because he doesn't want to be deliberative, he's making a copy. And I think there's a question, in there. I think there's a legal question in there. So, a lot of this has been taken out of my hands, and it's not being done exactly how I would. You have to decide, how you want to do it. I can only make my suggestions and let you know what we're dealing with in terms of people who are trained to do minutes, how long it takes to train somebody to do minutes. Minutes are a tough thing when you're sitting in an office. It really does take a week to do a set of minutes for a trained person. So while they're also doing the other stuff for their job. So I think that I think the school committee has done a really good thing in approving a meeting schedule, which is just 4 or 5 meetings a month. That is now bringing us to a place where we can keep up with things and start to catch up. And I can't suggest to you that you need legal counsel or how to deal with this in terms, because if you share a folder already, it's already shared with, anybody can get into it. And so it kind of doesn't matter if you're sharing it with one individual at a time, right? Because it's accessible on Google Docs to everybody. It is.
Because it's a document that has already previously been shared with us.
It's a document that's already been shared, so it's already accessible to everybody. And so it could be the honor system where I could, say, okay, I'm sending an email and I'm sharing this document that has already been shared with everybody else to Member Stein to ask him to do edits. And he could do those edits, and it would show that only he does those edits in there, but that wouldn't stop somebody else from trying to get in there and do it. So it feels a little leaky, but it's up to you guys to decide the best way to do it.
Member Miller.
Just to clarify, so Mike assigns me minutes to do. I watch them, I edit them, and what I do is I just simply make my changes right into the document, send it to Annie. Then, in an open meeting, we approve it or not. But that's not violating open meeting law, because I have just simply edited the document, sent it back to Annie. She then sends it to all of us with my edits right in there. and we all vote on it.
Well,
So what's wrong with that?
There's
If you-
nothing
If
wrong.
you make edits to a document we all have access to, the possibility of an open meeting violation exists, and that's what Layla warns us about. So, well, you're not sending it, you're just like in a document that everyone has.
You don't need to send it, yeah.
Which Dr. Bonner was saying, well, one way around that is if you section the folders. So you could move a document like she suggests from a shared folder into a folder that you've only set sharing permissions for one member. And then you could move it back. Like, that's one way to manage it. Copies are another way to manage. Like, there's numerous ways we could manage it. That's not really our problem, though. Our problem is, based on the volume, we are all essentially saying, we are going to listen to 30 minutes, 30 meetings, and edit 30 meetings.
Each?
Each. We can't do that. So we need to have confidence in the people that are producing them where we don't have to do that. And that's what we don't have. I would have more confidence if we just put Microsoft Word on, had it transcribe it, and then I went in and added it, and we saved however many thousands of dollars. Because I'd be working from a similar place, but at least I know everything was captured in the text, and I could just edit it, listen to places I would have to.
You already have a
Right now-
transcription in Zoom. You can just get that from.
Right
Zoom.
now, I have to listen to the whole thing, and then see what votes missed it from the record. I have to see what votes weren't recorded correctly. I have to see which conversations were not remotely summarized. Like, that is exhausting. I don't want to do that for 30 minutes. 30 meetings, sorry. We need a better solution. It's going to take forever to do it the way we're doing. And going to cost us a lot of money, and hopefully no fines. But, like, we need to fix that problem. I would like to make a motion. We ask Dr. Bonner to present to us a plan where we are not each responsible for rewriting and listening to 30 meetings, right? Come back to us with a plan to solve the ongoing deficiency problem.
I'm going to do
Everybody
some
else?
deep prayer tonight.
Well,
I have ideas.
can I, before I would second that motion, I wonder, Dr. Bonner, you've been in our district now for a month and 9 days. Do you feel like you're supported enough and prepared to be able to come back to us with that kind of a plan? Or do you need somebody else to help work on that who maybe has more history and longevity in the district?
So, right now, I need someone who's competent to get these minutes written. So, and we've hired 2 assistants to do that. I did ask our tech director about AI in terms of helping us. And so I think that may be a pursuit. And so one of the assistants that Annie has trained, I said, for her, just let her transcribe. Don't teach her anything, just let her transcribe, and then we'll go from there. And, hopefully that has helped, but then you need someone to go back through the transcriptions to then format. So it becomes very, very tricky. But I am going to look into AI to see if they can help us with the translation, the text, going from sound to text or voice to text. That may assist, but still, we need someone to then go back in, and it's taking time, and we're trying to open up schools, so it's been a real distraction from the work that needs to be done. And this is summer, so can you imagine when September happens, and we're still working on this big project?
But if there
But,
could be,
you know,
oh, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
No, I'm still thinking.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you've given me a challenge. I'm gonna talk to some of my colleagues and some networks and see of some suggestions, because it's quite a big backlog.
Yes. But I do feel like if you could use AI to voice to text, then you just need someone to go through, and then once they see a vote's happening, then they know, okay, this is where the vote is, and you can then create that table, and then skeptical.
Well, I'm just thinking about how much conversation we're having right now.
Yeah.
Like, none of this needs to go into minutes. It just needs to say, we had a conversation about this thing, right? And I worry if we have people who are transcribing every word, and then we're like, now please go back and create minutes, that feels like double work. And
No,
so
I would
that's
say
what's
only
happening.
if we use technology to transcribe it, not a human to transcribe it, because you're right, that's way too much time. But if something can transcribe, if we can use a machine to transcribe it, and then you just have a human going in and formatting it for where the votes are, that seems faster.
Because there's not a requirement, we're not running afoul if we have a transcription. They're saying you don't need it, you can summarize, but if it's easier for us to just give a transcription, let's just
Yeah.
give a transcription.
More is fine, less is the problem.
Got it.
Can I just say, we have a transcription. So every meeting that is recorded by Zoom, I just added, what do you call it? An extension of an app that transcribes exactly, but it's not perfect. So it gets names wrong, and it gets things wrong, and if people are speaking too fast, it's wrong. It's not perfect. So there has to be a summary anyway.
Yes.
Better than what we have, though.
Yes, and there may be better I agree the Zoom transcription is not great. There may be better technology. Can we recognize Al, please?
Hi, I'm Al Williams, Director of Northampton Open Media. I just wanted to mention that we should have a conversation about this, because we may have technology that can produce the transcription parts of it for you. So if you're looking at that, the device we use to caption these meetings before they're sent out can also produce some transcriptions. I don't know if that's your solution, but just for your information.
It could be a helpful tool. Thank you. Thanks for coming all the way around.
Oh, did you come around? Did you second it, or I died on the vine?
Will you please repeat what the heck we're talking about?
My motion was to ask Dr. Bonner to come back to us with a plan on how we might more efficiently get this test completed. Sounds like she has some ideas to explore.
Do we need Dr. Bonner to come back with a plan? We have a plan. We have 2 people who we've hired. Do you need Dr. Bonner to tell us a plan, or do you need Dr. Bonner to give us a report on how it's going?
Give us a new plan. We know how it's going. We just read the minutes.
That was before these 2 people were there.
No,
No.
they wrote one of the ones I edited.
It's not.
Yeah, no, we're.
Got it.
That was a help, thank you, Dottie.
Okay, I second the motion. Sorry, Dr. Bonner.
Member Gazy?
Yeah. It just seems to me that what we're asking Dr. Bonner to do is something that we've been unable to figure out, and so now, you're smarter than all of us, you come up with a plan. I don't think that's, I do feel that she's gonna be in the same place that we find ourselves, and I'm not sure, it feels like we're asking her to do superpowers. And when she's trying to open school and get, and I don't know what the answer is, but.
Can I be recognized?
Hold on, please. So I think we're asking to explore technology, which actually has been suggested before but was resisted. And I think if Dr. Bonner is saying, is as the supervisor is saying that we are going to explore how to use technology differently, that's a different story.
Okay. I had another thought and now it's gone. So talk on and I'll raise my hand when I retrieve my idea.
Okay. Member Stein.
I just want to say that I'm certainly not asking her to solve every problem, but I am confident that Dr. Bonner is very capable in quickly identifying the problems in a situation and offering solutions. We just saw this with the MOU we signed tonight, where there was a year-long disastrous process of negotiating with Clark that she has stepped in, taken control of with barely a day in the district and sorted out. And I have confidence that that same capacity could help us try to think about how we could solve this problem faster too.
Well, maybe I am having problems with the word plan. Recommendations, her best ideas, but, you know, I think asking her colleagues in other districts is a good idea, but.
Is that a friendly amendment to change plan to recommendations?
Sure, yes.
I would gladly accept that.
Okay.
And can I make a request of you, member sign as a liaison with Northampton Open Media? Maybe you could get with Al to see what technology they have.
Sure, happily.
And figure out whether that's something that we can easily adapt.
Sure.
We can meet together.
Yeah, that would be great.
Member Miller, why are you pointing at Gwen?
Oh, because I think member Agno was before me.
Her hand's not up, though.
No? Okay.
You.
I guess, I think in some ways we're being a little OCD about this. One thing I wonder is that if perhaps just the AG's concerns need to be addressed in the editing of these minutes. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to keep adding so many additions to the minutes, because I've seen some of the edits and they're lengthy edits. And I'm not sure I just want to make sure that we're just fixing the problems that the AG identified and editing past minutes. And they don't necessarily mean that we have to make them longer and more extensive, because I've seen a lot of the edits and they're very extensive. And I'm not sure that's always what the AG was concerned about. So I just want to make sure that in trying to accomplish this task, we don't do more than we need to. We all edited two sets of minutes, and some of them are just make them longer.
I hear what you're saying, and I think they're different people have different styles or different things that they want to have captured. And I agree that that's not necessarily the case, but the bigger issue is that there were significant omissions, like wrong votes, votes that weren't added, things like that. If someone wants to take the time and put more context, that's on them, as long as we're meeting the requirements. But what's critical is that we have correct information, and that we do correct what the AG had said. And I feel like for the most part, that is, at this point now, has been corrected. We're not just linking to video. We're putting more in there, but I agree that it doesn't have to be that much, but that's up to a member however much they want to add.
Can I point out?
Yes.
Just for the past couple of years, we've jumped around on the agenda a lot, and that's very hard when you're taking notes to make sure you get it in the right way. And also it's hard in our roll call and voting record because things get jumped around, and we jump into one part of the agenda and somewhere else, and you have to, while you're taking notes, you're trying to keep everything straight. And when you give all that information to somebody else to write the minutes, it's going to be very difficult for them to keep it all straight like that. So when you have a 6-7 hour meeting, we're hiring somebody else that's never done minutes before, and that's what they have to work with. We're gonna run into that sort of thing. So I just want to point out, people are working very hard. They're not meaning to make mistakes, and they're really assiduously working hard. They don't sit through these meetings. So they don't, I wonder, it's very frustrating. I think Member Levy said, I don't want to watch this meeting again. Neither do I when I do the minutes. I get exactly how you feel. But if you have never even sat through the meeting and then you're trying to do it, it makes it very difficult for people.
I think we got some experience because we watched I mean, I
Right.
sat
Well-
through 2 minutes.
So
I
when we
think-
get to the point where it's just the clerk writing the minutes and there's enough time to do that and we're all caught up, we're not going to have this problem.
But we have
Right now,
miles to
we're
go.
working with people that are brand new to
I
this.
think we recognize the challenges and we need to move through those challenges. I think we've been talking about this for over an hour.
Yes.
And we still have more of an agenda.
So, do you have something to add? Yeah.
Has there been any advice from the Attorney General how we solve the problem of editing, going back and editing the minutes? I mean,
No, because their assumption is that the minutes are correct. So, I mean, we haven't asked them to weigh in on that, but the decision that they gave us was based on the fact that they were looking at minutes that weren't insufficient, right? That's a different problem from the fact that we have this massive other backlog and how to do that efficiently.
okay.
I mean, I think I've heard Layla say, they would, say, you know, you just have to get it done, and you get it done as quickly as you can. I'm not sure they have.
The
more.
backlog.
Yes.
Yep.
And you show good faith, but you have to get it done.
Okay.
Where are we on what's actually on the agenda that we can vote on?
We still have the motion that was seconded for the
Okay.
asking for a recommendation from Dr. Bonner.
Got it.
And then once we vote on that, we can go back to the remaining ones that we want to do.
Okay, any further discussion to that motion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
And Member Davis?
Yes.
Okay. So we've approved one of these minutes, January 24th, 23, right? The rest of what is on this agenda, do we feel like we can move?
Well, we approved this, remember we did the first part, we did the circles, we're just talking about the filled-in bullets, right?
Okay.
So it's just the filled-in bullets excluding the bottom one, June 14th. Actually, no, I'm sorry, January 24th, 2023, which is third up. So it would be November 27th, 2018, February 14th, 2019, February 28th, 2019, March 28th, 2019, May 23rd, 2019, August 13th, 2019, September 26th, 2019, October 24th, 2019, June 30th, 2020, October 20th, 2020, May 11th, 2023, and June 14th, 2023. We would move those to the next meeting. I mean, one option is we could move those to the next meeting, and again, the committee members spend time with one or two and vet them and fix them, or I don't know what. I mean,
And these are ones that have been drafted by our helpers in the central office? Like, what are?
I think it's a mix.
Yes. June 14th, we could do.
Oh, yeah, June 14th, June 14th.
we-
Yeah, we did those. Yeah, we could vote on that now.
Right.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from June 14th, 2023 special school committee meeting.
Second. Is that the only one we can pull off of here?
I think so.
What about all the other ones, the ones that we were assigned first? Can we just put that list?
We approved those.
We approved all of those?
Yeah, we took those off, yeah.
Okay. I'm so confused.
No, that's okay, so the top part.
List we're working off of.
Yeah, it's the top part where it has that open bullet. We already took those out and approved all of those. Those are the ones that we edited. So we're dealing with the ones with the filled-in bullets below it.
I see.
So, except you can't go off of this because it's completely incorrect.
Oh, but.
Go off the one. in the
Go off
packet.
of the one that's on the agenda.
Yeah, the one that's in the packet.
Okay, hold on, let me go back and get that most recent one.
Okay, so let's just get June 14th done. Any discussion on June 14th, 2023? Roll call, please.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy. Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
And Mayor Shara. And Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay, so none of these other ones anyone's reviewed?
Yep.
Okay,
Because I did the 24th, 2023, and you did the one that got pulled from the agenda. So,
none of these other ones were assigned?
These aren't assigned, they're going for approval.
It's a different assignment.
yeah, let me double check. I don't know if anyone else had time besides you and I. So, the ones that we put on that list,
Are those the ones?
Davis, did you look at some, Member Davis?
I did.
Which, do you know what the date was?
The ones that I looked at were,
In that letter from Mike?
Mike mentioned the dates at the beginning.
Yeah.
We already did yours?
I opened them up before I recognized, I don't remember the dates off the top, let me see.
I have the
Here,
letter.
this one, January 27th, 2022. I see my name on there, my comments are on the side. And,
We already,
Yeah, that one's our.
that's already,
You just did the two that,
yes, from the original.
from the original.
Okay, there was
Yes.
a
I
second
started
batch.
doing one of them that, from the second batch Mike sent out. And
Right.
I assume those are the ones we're talking about. But I stopped.
Yep.
Okay. 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 320, so yep,
The second batch is.
right, the second batch. Okay, so only Mike and
I
I,
was just looking at the meeting.
and Aileen, but those were
Here's the
all done.
second. So here was the first batch.
Yeah,
And then the
127.
second one was 4/7/20. He assigned you and he gave me 10/14.
Wait.
42720.
Wait, Margaret, did you do 5/23/19?
I'm embarrassed to say I did whatever Mike gave me, the two original ones.
Yeah.
Okay, but not the second batch.
I
That's
did
okay, I
that.
was just checking, because
Yeah.
that's on this list. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So,
What was the date for me?
all of these, except for the two that we've approved,
Mike's list was a little different from this list.
Yes, yeah.
Mike's first list or second list?
The one you just read off, that I think came from the updated agenda.
yeah, I think I have that.
Yeah.
I think I have that list.
Great, I'm glad you have.
Okay, all except 124 and 6/14 for September. What's the September meeting date? The 14th. Okay, so everything here, except for the 24th and June 14th, we will have on the September 14th meeting.
Will you remind me of the two I did?
You
I
did.
can tell you which ones you did.
I have it here. Margaret, you did 9/8/22 and 2/9/23.
do you want me to divvy these up?
I'll forward you the email that Mike sent out. You want me to forward you?
Let's just do one each, and there might be a remainder.
Okay. All right. So we will, these remaining ones will be on the agenda for September 14th, And we will do our best to look at them, bring your edits to the meeting for anything that you
How?
see.
In what? Like, are we gonna go with that second list that Mike sent out?
Well, now I'm on to a third list.
We're gonna have to go to a third list because the list I sent out was based on the agenda from the 4th, which had different minutes on it.
Okay,
So now we're just dealing with,
so ignore the second list.
ignore the second list.
And you'll send out a third list.
Okay.
And we can make our edits on the one that you assign us in editing mode so that it can be resolved.
Just wrote right in.
Well,
But
if
don't
you
share
use,
it to anybody.
if you,
I mean, we're still unresolved on that.
Yeah,
I would say
yeah.
make a copy and bring your copy here. That's, I mean, make a copy and drive.
Hopefully, they're not going to be extensive, and you can just say, these are my edits. We're just going to have to do our best.
I mean, I think it would be easier to make copies than to try to get all these folders set up and move them in and out of the other thing. I will try to include instructions on how one makes a copy in their own drive of the document. It's like once you're in the one that's on the thing, on the agenda, if you just click make a copy, it says copy of, and that lives on your drive. It's not in that same folder. So if you work on that.
And then when we come to the meeting, then we share the copy with the group.
Then when we go to approve them, I'll ask if there are any change, any deliberation, and then you can say these are
And
the
then
changes.
we're allowed, then we're allowed.
So
Okay.
we should not send our copy to Annie for Annie to do that. We
I don't
should
think
do it in the meeting.
Do it in the meeting.
do it
I
in
think
the
it's just
meeting.
easier.
We'll resolve it in the meeting and then
Because
send
that's what
her.
we're allowed to do in the meeting.
All right, and we're gonna do that like 300 times.
To see.
Hopefully not. We're gonna get some recommendation.
All right, we're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Okay,
20.
so we're moving all of those to the next meeting.
Yep.
Okey-doke. We are now to reports and recommendations. Dr. Bonner, your first
Okay.
superintendent's report.
So due to the time, I'm going to be very, very brief. You all should have a copy of my report for this evening. There is something that I do want to share that's not on that report. The nutrition department just received 2 new grants for our Fresh Hampton Farm to School program. One is a one-year state grant for $45,000 that came from DESE as part of their Massachusetts Fresh program, and then the second one is a 2-year grant for $94,540 from the USDA Farm to School program. And so these monies will help to strengthen our existing school garden programs and local procurement partnerships and community partnerships that we already have. And then also there's a startup called Fresh Kids that is incorporating 4 lessons on nutrition for our elementary classroom. And then for the middle school and high school, also there will be some lessons incorporated into some of the classrooms and focusing on land-based agriculture and food, and a food justice internship program. I had to share that. So congratulations to Ms. Del Hannah, who's our Director of Food Services, and the food service staff. Okay, a quick update about school choice. We currently, as of last Friday, have 27 students for the 23-24 school year. Last year, we had 30. That was our goal for this year. So we're just shy of that. We have 27 students who will be with us. And then very briefly, you all know that the governor had a press release concerning the state of emergency that may occur for cities and towns across Massachusetts for newly arriving migrant families. And so Jen Towler, who is our registrar, and Lauren Berry are very up and aware of that and keeping their ear to the grindstone so that if we have to prepare for any high enrollment because of that, we're trying to get ourselves ready. So that's it.
Great, thank you. Yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question? Just the comment, the really great updates on the nutrition and nutritional programs just reminds me that I would love for us, at some point when it makes sense, in the agendas of the school committee, to have a conversation about the nutrition of the school provided breakfasts and lunches. And I wonder if there might be a it doesn't have to be a presentation, information shared with us on the nutritional content of those meals. I'm especially interested in the sugar content. And so just love the nutritional and the local emphasis, and I wonder if we could look at what that impact is and what that might mean for our work moving forward with the meals at our schools.
Any other comments or questions on the superintendent's report? Did you have your hand up? No? Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Bonner. Next up, we have Bobby's business administrator report. Hi, Bobby.
Hi. So just to comment on Dina's comment, I think that Estelle would be happy to provide that information. And she'd love to come to a meeting if we wanted her to, and she would be happy to provide that information. I was going to say that Dr. Bonner stole my thunder with some of those reports on the food nutrition grants that we got. Estelle works really hard, and in regards to that also, I'd like to say that Wendy in the business office works really hard on the fiscal management of all the grants. She does a really good job, and there's a lot of work that's involved to keep all these grants afloat. But back to the basics, my report indicated that I would have a monthly report for you for the end of the year. I was really hopeful that I could get that done by now, but we're still working on transfers and that sort of thing. So I will bring that in September to you. We're still closing out for the end of the year. It's a complicated process. But we'll get there. We'll get it. I think right now we're looking at about 200,000 that we could put back into the school of choice, but hopefully we can get that up to a little bit more. In September, I'll bring you the report and then the school choice balances and where we are with that, as long as, and sorry. And in addition, I'll bring where we are with some of the ESSER grants in closing. Since I wrote the report that's in your packet, the governor has signed the budget, and some of the things that affect us as a district are the minimum per pupil change from the 30 to the 60, which I would have planned on and expected. The UGA, it's called UGA, unrestricted government aid, that increased, which is good. Circuit breaker increased, homeless transportation increased, the budget amount increased. What we see will be dependent on what we have for claims. And charter reimbursements increase. So those are good things for us. The other good thing is that the food nutrition program is going to be free, and it has been established that it will be free permanently. So that's all a good thing. So
Abby, can I ask you a quick question? So I quickly looked at our, like, the updated cherry sheet, but did you say that charter reimbursement was increased? I mean, so it's fully funded for the scheme, but is that an increase from last year? I wasn't sure. I thought I compared it and I didn't, that it wasn't.
I haven't done the comparison myself, but it did say just in the letter that we got that the charter reimbursement was going to be increased so that it's 100%, where before we were getting like over a period of time, it was 100, 60, 40.
Oh, I'm not, well, we should check on that. My understanding is when they say that they have fully funded the charter reimbursement, what that means is they've funded the 100, 60, 40 scheme, as opposed to not even funding that.
All right, well, yeah, we should check on that then.
Okay.
That was my understanding, so.
Okay. I understand.
I had a similar question. I was looking at the cherry sheet the other day, and this was before it was signed, but it was everything that was signed, you know? And I'm just wondering if maybe at our next meeting, I think it would probably be worthwhile at the full school committee meeting, if we could look at that, because I know we've heard all this news about these increases, but when you look cherry sheet year to year, you see the reality for our particular situation, and I think it would be good for everyone here to have that perspective.
Right.
So if you could like walk us, maybe show it and walk us through it in your next report, that might be great, because the reporting versus like what does it mean for us, I think people might not get.
Right, and I agree, because like some of the big things they did is like regional transportation reimbursement, which doesn't affect us, local aid or rural aid, I should say, which doesn't affect us. So there's many things. So yes, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. Any other questions for Bobby? Nope. Thank you, Bobby. Okay, moving on to subcommittees. So we don't have anything listed as reporting on for these subcommittees, and I assume some haven't met, but, so Member Gazy, do you have anything else to add for rules and policy?
I just want to make sure that you guys are referring, do we need to look at discussions, refer to rules and policy to create guidelines about putting something on the agenda for full school committee to decide if a member feels, that whole conversation?
So that was about asking for legal,
Yes.
for getting a vote from the
Yes.
full school committee.
Is that referred to, we talked about referring it, do I need a vote or anything, or can I just take it?
Someone want to move to refer?
Sure, because it came out of our conversation, right? It's allowed. Okay, I
Yeah.
make a motion to refer, motion to refer,
Here's what I.
norms around access to the district's attorney to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee. We can change that, that's just,
Yeah,
you have a good version of it?
norms to, around the process
Yeah.
of referring.
Including around unusual or extreme circumstances, or I can't think of the term we used earlier.
Whistleblower, or,
Yeah,
yeah.
unusual circumstance.
Can I get that motion to refer the process of contacting
Of
legal services? or-
Contacting legal,
Of school committee members contact.
individually contacting.
I'm sorry, can I, or more broadly, if we created a rule, the rule could say, if we want to contact the school committee's attorney, we go through the superintendent unless there are concerns around whistleblowing activity.
Issue concerning the superintendent, or, I don't know how to make it general, right? But you guys could figure that out, but we need a second.
So that it has to be brought to the school committee to make that decision. I think that's what the discussion was about earlier.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yes.
That was one idea, right? But we're sort of just referring it to the rules of policy.
Right,
Come
to-
back with
Come
recommendations.
back with a rule on contacting the attorney, including what to do in those circumstances. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Miller?
Member Miller?
Member Miller? To refer to rules and policy. Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Okay. You're all set? Member Gazy?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Member Levy, Superintendent?
Just a quick update for folks that we have postponed our initial meeting with Dr. Bonner until after the hopefully upcoming retreat, because the purpose of that retreat would be for us to set goals together. And it's silly for the superintendent to have goals that are separate from the school committee's goals. And so I hope that that retreat happens soon so that we can talk about how to support Dr. Bonner with goals moving forward.
Okay, so Member Goldman isn't here. Is there any other kind of quick report on budget and property?
Yeah, I have just a quick one. I'm not going to bore you all with the minutia of the Clark School stuff we've been dealing with, but I want to add that we had a good conversation regarding the policy that the former school committee voted on to move away from pesticide use, consistent with the city's policy. That policy had the implementation within 3 years of when it was voted on, which would be some date in December, I think December 9th, 24. So we have about 13 months, 14 months to figure out how we're going to do that. We had, I'm going to blank on her name, the executive director of Grow Food Northampton, who was involved.
Lisa Klein?
Yes, Lisa Klein. And we had former counselor, whose name I'm also forgetting, who I think sponsored the motion.
Also,
Of our
member.
body, sorry, Rebecca Busancy. And they came and gave great sort of background. We had, I'm also forgetting his name, the gentleman that handles the grounds at NHS or
Tony.
Tony came and he shared what he learned, and we asked him to revisit some of the pricing and options that he had gotten before. And we also offered to try to see if we could access a grant that was received but hadn't been used in the past, to support some of the work that needs to be done to figure out how we should meet this goal. And Member Agnew is going to follow up with him to see what he's learned so far and maybe have him back in September. So that's going to be upcoming. Next Monday, we have a subcommittee meeting where Member Davis has kindly agreed to join us to share with us the capital improvement plans that were relevant to the district. And yeah, I think that's all we have on the agenda for Monday. That's what's happening with budget and property.
So the capital improvement, so what was voted on for this fiscal year for capital improvements? Not,
Yeah,
because that process is going to start pretty soon, actually.
Whatever the 5-year plan that the committee that Member Davis was on.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Member Agnew, do you have anything you want to add for budget and property? No? Okay. Okay, so Member Robbins isn't here, and curriculum hadn't met, she said. And no one's here to report on exits. And Member Miller, anything that you would like to report on as central office liaison?
We've met twice since our last school committee meeting. And we talked about the additional staff that are being trained and about how Dr. Bonner is coming in to start supervising and working with Annie around this. I mean, we've just talked about it ad nauseum.
Okay, great. Okay, that's it on reports. Moving on to discussion topics. So, speaking of, school committee retreat, September 2023.
Okay. Very quickly, working with Gwen and the mayor, in terms of setting a date in September for our retreat. your preference, I know that most of you are working during the course of the day, so I know I have to look to the evening. A preference of the day, Thursday seems to be a good day. Maybe.
Not the first and
Not the
third.
first and third.
Or the second.
Or the second. So Thursday may not be a good day.
Unless it's the last.
Yeah, the fourth Thursday is often free.
Okay, the other option is maybe a Saturday, earlier in the day. And so the goal of the retreat is really for the school committee to set goals and, talk a little bit about, what is our expectation for the year, our roles and responsibilities, and what we want done for the year. So I could throw some dates out, and if you're looking for a Saturday, although I'm finding out that there's a lot of activities going on Saturday. I just learned about this dozy do thing.
Doozy do. Doozy do.
And there's some other activities that are going on in September, so it might be difficult, but.
So just to go back to Thursdays, September 28th seems to be, Yom Kippur is over.
It's open house at JFK.
Oh.
Well, I mean,
But-
that's at 6.
Our next meeting is open house at the high
Right.
school.
I mean, it depends on who on the school committee is going to go to open house at JFK. Oh, the mayor is.
Probably should.
And you will probably, right?
I have a.
I mean, it's at, I don't know how long it lasts, it's at 6.
I can, I'm just a grandmother.
Well, no, I mean, I think these two need to go to it. Sounds like.
I mean, I have a kid.
Yeah. So we don't have to do a Thursday, do we?
No, I just thought that would be a.
That last week is open house week for a lot of, yeah.
So, how are Wednesdays? Or Tuesdays?
I'm teaching on Wednesday, so it would be,
Wednesdays,
yeah, it would be hard.
What about
I guess it would
Monday?
depend what time.
What about Monday or Tuesday?
Tuesdays are terrible for me. Wednesdays.
I think I could be in Northampton probably by 6:30 on Wednesday.
And Mondays aren't good?
No, so,
I could, yeah, after that.
so maybe Wednesday then, 6:30, with a hard stop at 9:30.
Can you say the date again that you just said?
Are we
So we didn't choose a date, we
Oh,
just
okay.
looked for a day, so Wednesday.
I can't do the 20th.
There's a rules and policy meeting at 4 on the 20th anyway.
I have nothing on the 13th.
13th?
Well, we have a school committee meeting on the 14th.
Oh, yeah.
True.
That might be a little much.
Let's not do that.
And then the 27th, there's probably an open house.
Yes, Jackson
Where?
Street open house.
Okay.
If anybody's going to Jackson Street open house.
What day is the high school?
The high school, I think, is
I can't
probably
do
in
the 6th.
October.
Oh, I thought, didn't you say, Dr. Bonner, is when we have a meeting?
Let's see the high school.
The high school open house?
It's, yeah, the 14th.
That's the 14th.
I don't know why, how
it's the
that happened. And I'm sure they already announced it, but I should say something to them. They really, they
What
shouldn't
about
plan it
Tuesday the
on
20, oh, no, you
meeting
can't.
nights.
There's always
Or-
Friday.
Say something about
Okay.
that.
I know, that's,
Oh, you pointed to her.
sorry. You is not very descriptive.
So no Monday, no Tuesday?
So we went through all the Wednesdays and it doesn't seem like we have
What
a,
about Monday, the 20?
Can everyone else do Wednesday the 20th? 'Cause- okay.
I can.
so Monday the 25th is Yom Kippur. I don't know if anyone is celebrating that.
What about the 18th?
Guys are some busy people.
That's wide open for the superintendent.
What was that?
Monday, the 18th will work for Dr. Bonner.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm looking, thank you.
Monday
Rosh
the
Hashanah's
18th.
over.
So Monday the 18th.
18th.
Monday, the 18th.
I think it works. It works.
That's after.
And so 6:30, or can we do a little earlier?
I can start earlier. I know I was the Wednesday later, but
Monday, the 18th.
Yeah.
Earlier is hard, but if If I'm the only one, I can try and get childcare.
You know we're gonna book this, then the 3 members that aren't here are gonna, or the 2, however members are not here are gonna.
So it's hard to get a consensus.
If other people can do earlier, I can get childcare.
Do you?
6:30 is ideal.
Okay, what, okay.
Well, we'll keep it at 6:30.
Do you want to send out a doodle because of what Member Stein says about missing people here?
Why don't we float this date, and then if they can't do it,
Yeah, say we
then-
looked at a whole lot of other dates and.
Yeah.
So 6:30 to 9:30 on Monday, September 18th.
Yes.
I'm writing it in, but
Yeah, I'm putting it in.
18th? Yeah, 18th. Yeah.
that's in person,
Yeah.
and then we'll figure out a location.
Yes.
Okay.
We're working on that now.
Okay.
I was looking at CES.
6:30.
6:30.
CPS.
Collaborative.
Collaborative.
That's CVS.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't say CVS. CES.
Oh, Member Agna.
I was wondering.
Don't we need to vote to extend the meeting?
Sure do.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Is there a motion?
I'm sorry, Dr. Bonner, to bring it up.
I move to extend unlimited. Just so we don't have
Who
to.
are you?
I know, it's just I don't want to spend our time voting again.
Emily's not here and you're getting what?
I know.
To suspend the rules indefinitely.
Definitely.
Just to suspend the rule. Okay, motion made and seconded.
Yep.
Roll call,
Shut.
please.
You do.
Because she realizes it's faster, yes, it's faster that way.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Like if I say 45 minutes. We're not.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yeah.
Member Agna,
Did I get my thing on here? 18?
and Member Davis.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so if we're done talking, anything else you wanted to say on the retreat?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, so future dates, meetings, Budget and Property Subcommittee, 4 PM on Monday, August 14th. Rules and Policy, 4 PM Wednesday, August 16th. Curriculum Subcommittee, 5 PM Wednesday, September 6th. Budget and Property, again, 4:30 Monday, September 11th. Full School Committee, 6:30 Thursday, September 14th. And Rules and Policy, 4 PM Wednesday, September 20th. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
Motion to go into executive session if we're, oh, yeah, oh, I can do this. Request to enter executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Open Meeting Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares. And Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel.
Chair so declares. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. We will be adjourning from executive session, so we're going to leave open session. We will not be coming back into open session. We'll adjourn from executive session. Roll call, please, on going into executive session.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
and Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay, good evening, anyone who's still with us.